I bet. Just a minute. It lives, I see. Do you want to speak with Lolita? I'm sorry, but Gabriel's a lout. I mean, he's out. You know, you could do better. I know I don't know you, but you could do better. Bye-bye. Good morning. You look like hell. Did you have another nightmare last night?
Yes, because having nightmares is what I do, apparently. 7th damn night in a row.
I told you, it's that voodoo book you're researching. That stuff can seriously screw with your karma.
Unfortunately, I don't think my readers would go for a horror novel about fluffy bunny rabbits. So voodoo it is.
You mean your reader? She lives in Wisconsin, doesn't she?
Bite me.
Hey, what goes on in your bed stays in your bed as far as I'm concerned. I have messages for you when you want them.
Today's newspaper is on the counter. Times dated June 18th, 1993. The Aquarius horoscope says, potential storms ahead. Proceed with caution and do not get involved with anything new at this time.
Right.
Times dated June 18th. Potential.
Don't mind if I do.
Do what?
Oh, nothing. Like I haven't tried. Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Your friend Detective Mosley called. Talkative, isn't he?
Especially with you. What did he want?
He told me to tell you that his mother's maiden name is Humphrey, and that he left some photos for you at the station, at the front desk.
It's about time.
Let me guess. This has to do with the voodoo murders, right? Some kind of inside police information? Did you tell him you'd put him in your new book?
Maybe. A writer has a certain obligation to his readers, you know.
Gabriel, you know you'll never put him in your book. Your main character's a female orthodontist. You're gonna be reincarnated as a pit bull if you keep screwing with your karma.
As long as it's a male pit bull with a really big...
That's enough, thanks.
Do you have messages for me?
You got a call from someone named Wolfgang Ritter. He was calling from Germany. He told me it was urgent. Maybe you should give him a call.
Call Germany? Like hell. If it's really important, he'll call back.
Well, fine. Let's just hope he's not with the German lottery for pitiful American authors.
Do you have messages for me?
Your grandmother called.
I keep meaning to get over there. What did she say? Did she sound good?
She sounded great. We had a nice little chat about you.
Grace?
Don't worry, I didn't go into detail about your cardinal sins. Not that anything about you could surprise her. She adores you anyway.
She's my girl.
And she sent over that box on the table for you.
Did you find any good voodoo resources for me?
The best in the city are supposedly the Dixieland Drugstore and the Historical Museum of Voodoo. Both are right here in the French Quarter.
How would I ever manage without you?
You? Give me a break. The devil himself couldn't change you.
Well, if the devil had great legs, perhaps. Like yours.
And a riveting personality, I'm sure. If you need any more research done, just ask. It's not as though we're swamped with customers.
What do you know about voodoo?
I didn't know much of anything about it until you started researching it for your book. Now I know that it's active in the city. There's that shop and museum. It can clearly be dangerous in the wrong hands. You should be careful investigating it.
What do you know about voodoo?
I've told you all I know. Sorry I can't be more help.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Just what I read in the papers, same as you.
What do you know about...
You won't get far questioning me about it, Sherlock.
What can you tell me about Gnawlings?
I've only been here 2 months, but I love it. It's so much more alive than any place I've been. It feels like anything's possible here.
What else can...
You're the native. Don't ask me.
Tell me about yourself, Grace.
What do you want to know?
How do you like working at St. George's Books?
Well, it's not exactly a huge intellectual challenge. Although the math in your record books could confuse Einstein. Still, I love old books. And it's a nice way to pay the bills while I explore the city for a summer. If you ever pay me, that is.
What do you do after work?
I either go to my oil painting class or my Tai Chi. You know that.
You can go overboard with this improving yourself stuff. You don't want to alienate us mere mortals.
Oh, I suppose I should just allow my mind and body to atrophy.
Works for me. How old are you?
Old enough to know about men like you.
Just tell me anything at all.
I just got my master's in history and classics. My folks wanted me to go on right away for my PhD, but 18 years of school was enough. I needed a break.
Just tell me anything at all.
I came to New Orleans because I'd read so much about it. I thought spending a few months here would clear my head.
Just tell me anything at all.
I've been studying Tai Chi for 10 years. It's a very spiritual discipline. I'm sure discipline of any sort isn't something that would appeal to you, Gabriel.
How come we haven't gone out yet?
I'm still waiting around for that lobotomy. As soon as I get it, I'll let you know, okay?
Nothing, I guess. Never mind. So, what's new, Grace?
Your use of mathematics, for one thing. These books are unbelievable.
What can I say? I refuse to be bound by rules.
The strap marks on your bedpost speak otherwise.
Done anything interesting lately?
By your definition? No. I prefer it that way.
Keep 'em busy?
Not really. If you need any research done, let me know.
Seen any good movies?
I saw a great documentary last night on pyramid excavations.
You mean small, dark places that haven't been touched in centuries? Sounds right up your alley.
Well, it did help me gain a better understanding of your mind.
Did I ever tell you that you're actually quite attractive?
Be still, my heart.
Had any customers lately?
No, but I'm sure you have.
You know, you really should get out more.
But then who'd take care of St. George's?
Me?
Exactly.
Three snakes in a skull. Gabriel's father painted it.
What a wacky offbeat kind of guy Daddy was.
Images haunt the pages of Philip Knight's sketchbook, the way they must have haunted his mind. The images touch a deep chord in Gabriel. So familiar are they that he finds it hard to believe they aren't from his own subconscious.
Those keychains were for a promo I tried once, before I realized it was hopeless. Gracie's resume. She was way overqualified. And also the only person who applied. I practically own stock in these guys. You can't take 2 steps down Bourbon Street without ending up with a strand of beads. Not so lucky for the rabbit, was it? The Blake Backlash series. My literary claim to fame, such as it is. Mind if I borrow the magnifying glass?
No, Sherlock. Just bring it back when we get the next estate shipment.
Local interest piece on the store. It didn't garner the sympathy sales I was hoping for. Someone left those here after Mardi Gras. My spare motorcycle gloves. Someone left those here after Mardi Gras. That's from Gran. She likes to think it means someone's watching over me. I'm not so sure about that, but I don't have a heart to get rid of it. I always had a thing for St. George, the one who slew a dragon. Yeah, it's probably bigger than this little guy, though. I'm going to take the tweezers for a bit.
Good. You're beginning to look a bit scruffy.
I forget where that came from, but seems like a nice place to visit. I don't use hairspray. Nope, not me. Fun times. Just a few self-help books. That one on top was a joke gift from Mosley.
The chandelier is original. Gabriel finds it charming. All right. He can't afford to replace it.
Hey, that's interesting. Snakes can sense their prey by vibration.
Did you know that medieval legends about dragons and giant worms are actually based on snakes? You know, dragons, devils, sea monsters. They've always been associated with snakes.
Grace, get alive.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Mittag means midday, noon.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary.
Himmel means heaven. Huh.
Gabriel leafs...
Drachen means dragons. I wonder if Mosley would know he was being insulted if I called him Drachen Breath. Drei Drachen kriegen in meinen Schlaf. Die Seele wollen sie lebendig zum Fraß. Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen sie jedes Mal.
That's nice. Kinda creepy, though. Who's the author?
Heinz Ritter. I'm not sure what it says, but I get the feeling this guy was one sick puppy.
The welcome mat is well worn. Unfortunately, that's only because Gabriel picked it up second-hand, not because of the stampede of customers. There could be a secret passage under the doormat, but we didn't have time.
If you try to look down my shirt one more time, I'm leaving.
Just trying to refresh my memory.
I know what you're trying to refresh, and it isn't your memory. Get down.
Gabriel looks at the cash register, checking for cobwebs. Grace's coat is a simple but classic trench coat. Gabriel hates people with good taste. Dramatic, isn't it? Gabriel didn't eat for 3 weeks after splurging on that coat. He has a thing for black leather.
I've got some things I need to do.
Good luck.
Those motorcycles belong to the precinct. They're not nearly as cool as Gabriel's bike. The desk sergeant looks like a poster boy for heart disease. 30 extra pounds between his armpits and his belt, and a complexion the consistency of gray oatmeal. In other words, a typical product of good Southern cooking.
She's not bad. Got a forklift?
She probably wouldn't cooperate.
But I wouldn't mind trying. Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
I was supposed to pick up some photos from Detective Mosley at the front desk.
Is that right? And who are you?
My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Yeah, I got something for you, all right. Soon as you're done talking, I'll give it to you.
What do you know about voodoo?
Me? Nothing. I'm a Catholic boy.
What can you tell me about the voodoo murders?
I'm not allowed to give out information on police cases.
What can you tell me about Narlands?
I'll tell you, I'm glad as hell it's not Mardi Gras. If it weren't for that 1 month a year, being a cop in Narlands would be a real pleasure. As it is, I'd rather stick behind this desk.
What can you tell me about Narlands?
Best food in the world. You can get it right here in Narlands. Muffaletta sandwiches. Beignets, good Cajun coffee. Yep, a man can die happy in this city.
It's practically guaranteed. Hey, nice precinct.
Think so, huh? That's peachy. That means more to me than you could know.
Kinda quiet in here today.
Summer's like that. Too muggy to mug, too hot to heft.
How clever.
It's a gift.
So, what's new around the old police station?
Well, we're now allowed to shoot chatty pedestrians on sight.
That sounds convenient.
I like it.
Excuse me, Officer Frick?
Whatever it is, no. Now get out of here before I have you arrested for disturbing the peace.
So, anything interesting happening around here?
Look, I've got a job to do. Chat with someone else, huh?
Tell me about yourself.
Who, me? I'm the desk sergeant, Frick. Why?
Frick?
That's right. You got a problem with that?
Not at all. Tell me about yourself.
You see that front door?
Yeah?
Well, I watch people come in. See this book?
Yeah?
Well, I write people's names in it, see? People that bother me. Want me to put your name in this book?
Oh, I think not.
That's what I thought.
Tell me about yourself.
I hate people who ask stupid questions.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's out at a crime scene. Sorry.
Where's the crime scene? Is it related to the voodoo murders?
Crime scene information is police confidential. We don't need any more looky-loos than are probably already there. Here's that envelope for you, Gabriel Knight.
Thanks.
Gabriel opens the manila envelope and finds 2 photographs. The photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his graduation from the police academy. He had hair then. The photograph of One of the photos from Mosley is an official voodoo murders crime scene shot, a graphic close-up of a victim. Interesting design for a trash can. Must have been on sale at Cops R Us. It's not going to look any better somewhere else. A portrait of the Narlands Chief of Police, a fine, upstanding citizen. In other words, nothing like Gabriel. A police officer is either off duty or patrolling the park, or both.
Good day, officer.
Yeah, you too. Keep moving.
That jazz band is pretty good. Of course, most jazz bands in New Orleans are.
You white-faced geek! You want to eat my fist?
A bronze statue of Andrew Jackson marks the center of Jackson Square. It's one of those mimes. Oh boy.
Well, I never! Leave me alone, you man!
You white-faced geek! You want to eat my fist?
Well, I never! Leave me alone, you man!
Knock it off, you, before I shove this washboard down your throat.
You white-faced geek, you want to eat my fist?
Knock it off, you, before I shove this washboard down your throat.
Homicide team, please attending.
Hey, cut that out. I told you to stop that. All right, mister, you want some of this? Why, you little...
We're gonna need an ambulance.
Gabriel picks up the headset and listens.
Ambulance 91, have you located the crime scene? They've radioed for you 3 times. Did you say it was north of the Lake Retreat Country Club? South, Lakeside Drive, north of the Piedmont Pier, south of the Country Club. Man, I don't know if it's the clouds out here today or what. Good thing this guy's already dead. Everyone's having trouble. Must have been hallucinogens in the coffee this morning. It's just so misty out here or something. Hey, I see a squad car. I got it, Molly. Thank God. Have a good one, 91.
Interesting.
Hey, you, get away from that bike.
Sorry.
You white-faced geek, you want to eat my fist?
Hey, Mostly.
Huh? Knight, you wiener, I told you not to call me that.
Feeling jumpy?
Who, me? Don't be stupid. How'd you find me?
Oh, I was just driving by.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I can let you see it. For the book. But don't tell anyone, huh? Definitely another voodoo murder. Same MO and no freaking clues. We're still waiting on an ID for the body.
Oh, that's disgusting. Isn't this a rather public area for this kind of thing?
Yeah, they're freaking ghosts, these guys. Lakeshore Drive isn't exactly the 10 expressway, but it is open to the public. No reports or nothing. Now, who the hell is that? Good day, Miss Getty.
What's going on, officer?
Detective Mosley, ma'am. We got a little problem here, but nothing for you to be concerned about.
I see. Thank you, detective. And good day, gentlemen.
I'm in love.
Forget it. That's Molly at Getty. She's about as far out of your reach as the moon. Probably on her way to meet some guy with a yacht right now.
Near here?
The lake's a popular place for country clubs.
If she's out here a lot, maybe she saw something or heard something.
Nah, nobody ever sees or hears nothing. I told you. Besides, you just don't go around bothering people like her.
We've about wrapped it up, sir.
Well, let's get the meat wagon moving then. Stick around and take notes for the book if you want. Watch out for the muck and the water moccasins, though. If you want to talk, I'll be at the station tomorrow.
Thanks. Ugh, that's a lot of blood.
There's a pattern to the lines in the sand, but only one small area is clearly defined.
Let me try to copy this down. Looks like there was something here. I should take a closer look. I can't even see what I'm trying to pick up. I need a better look.
It looks like a scale of some sort. Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to take the small, iridescent scale.
I think it's a snake scale, but it beats the hell out of me what kind.
The banks of Lake Pontchartrain are rich with clay deposits.
I'll take some of this clay with me.
Lake Pontchartrain is impressive. It measures 24 miles across and stretches as far as the eye can see. Lake Pontchartrain is scenic, but you really wouldn't want to swim in it. Lakeshore Drive runs around the entire lake. This is a particularly lonely stretch, but it's still a public road.
Hey, Grace, here I am.
Oh boy, party time.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you know anything about snakes?
Doing a family tree, Gabriel?
Very funny. I mean real snakes, you know, scaly, cold-blooded. I would have thought you'd find them empathetic.
Mm-hmm. I know very little about reptiles of any kind, and prefer to keep it that way. I think there's a book on snakes around here somewhere, though.
Okay, thanks. Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
Could you see what you can find out about a woman named Malia Getty?
The name Getty sounds familiar. What's your interest in her?
Oh, just, you know, stuff about the voodoo murders. If you can get an address...
Mm-hmm. The murders, right. I'll see what I can find out. Well, it's about closing time.
So it is. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay? Good morning. Don't you look swell today? Actually, swollen. So have some. There's a fresh pot on the table. Seriously, you look like hell. Your hair is sticking straight up like a... Oh, it always does that. Never mind.
Ha ha.
Did you dream about the fire and the hanged guy and that lion thing last night?
Leopard, not lion. Did you get anything on Malia Getty?
Well, I did get her address, but you're a little out of your league here, big fella. The Gettys own 3 local hospitals, just to name a few of their assets. They run in very high circles.
Did you get an address?
I got the address. I suppose this has nothing to do with the fact that Malia Getty is incredibly gorgeous. I should have known you wouldn't go for a rich, ugly socialite.
And that address is?
Hey, far be it from me to postpone your total humiliation. It's 557 West Ingram. That's the Garden District. Estate City.
That's all I wanted to know. And yes, my dear, Malia Getty is the most dangerous-looking diversion I have ever seen. Ouch.
Ugh, men.
Times dated June 19th, 1993. A front-page article describes the most recent of the voodoo murders. Gabriel scans it but learns nothing new. The article reiterates that the voodoo aspect of the crime is faked. Gabriel shivers. It looked real enough to him. Elsewhere, there's an article about the history of Jackson Square, called the Plaza d'Armes under French rule. It was used for executions, firing squads, hangings, even impalement and breaking on the wheel. Yikes! Of course, these days, it's mostly a hangout for tourists, street musicians, and local artists. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Chances of a dark star rising on this day. Do not trust your instincts.
I feel a dark star rising, all right. Rawr.
Several dozen books, including a few of Gabriel's novels, occupy the shelves above his desk. The typewriter is beginning to accumulate cobwebs.
Should I feel guilty? Nah.
The wastebasket overflows with crumpled pages of mediocre glory. Gabriel's mini stereo isn't exactly high fidelity. Then again, neither is he.
Let sleeping lions lie. I got that cheap at a garage sale. Always had a thing for lions.
A poster on the wall advertises Mardi Gras, the biggest party of the year in New Orleans. The dresser holds a meager supply of underwear and 38 pairs of mismatched socks. The closet is loaded with white t-shirts. There's one black button-down for those fancy occasions. A little cold bubbly and brie cheese is about all Gabriel's fridge ever has in it.
My bathroom. I've got to get around to cleaning up in there. I don't need to, thanks.
Gabriel opens a cash register to examine the take, or in the case of St. George's books, the mistake. It's a $20 gift certificate left over from yet another dismal failure of a promotion.
I trust you can live without this old gift certificate.
Knock yourself out.
I'll be back later.
Have fun.
Welcome, my friend. Hello. I am the proprietor, Dr. John. If you have any questions, I would be happy to assist.
Great. My name is Knight, and I'll probably take you up on that.
The voodoo shrine is filled with items that both fascinate Gabriel and also make his skin crawl.
Magenta Moonbeam. Voodoo Inn.
A flyer advertising Magenta Moonbeam, a local voodooienne. Her parlor is on the corner of Orleans and Dauphine. That must be Marie Laveau. The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as offerings of fruits to the voodoo deities. A very large, very formidable-looking snake is secured in a plexiglass cage. Dr. John is a huge man. If his manner weren't so pleasant, he'd be intimidating. Given the man's size, that doesn't seem advisable.
Could I ask you a few questions?
That is why I am here.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Historical voodoo, or the voodoo currently practiced in the city.
Tell me about historical voodoo.
Very well. I will start at the beginning, Mr. Knight, and will go on from there at your prompting.
Sounds good.
As you may know, voodoo is a grassroots religion, formed by the mixing together of many different African tribal religions and Anglo religions, such as Catholicism or Protestantism. In other words, it is a religion born of the African slave trade. But African slaves were imported not only by the United States, but also into the West Indies, where the French and Spanish ran plantation islands. Prior to 1803, the New Orleans area was owned by France. The French Creole in those days owned many African slaves. But the Creole did not permit their slaves to gather, giving no chance for voodoo to breed here natively. The Creole also knew enough about the corrupted pagan practices of the West Indies slaves to ban the importings of slaves from that region.
So how did voodoo come to New Orleans?
After the Louisiana Purchase, American legislators relaxed regulations. Slaves were permitted to gather. The Americans also removed the ban on West Indies slaves. Around the same time, a slave revolt occurred in Santo Domingo, what is now Haiti. Between the lifting of the ban and the Haitian Revolt, West Indies slaves began pouring into New Orleans. Some of them were free people of color, freed or escaped slaves. Some came with their white owners who were fleeing from the revolt.
What happened when the West Indies slaves got here?
They brought voodoo with them. The native slaves were more than enthusiastic about embracing it. It gave them power, Mr. Knight, if only in the form of a communal bond. Among the first meeting places were the Bayou St. John and the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. The early voodoos were heavy snake worshippers, worshipping the one they called the Great Zombie.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
By 1817, the voodoo activities were beginning to cause fear among the white slave owners. An ordinance was passed to forbid slave gatherings except in designated public areas at designated times. The time was Sunday afternoons, and the place, Congo Square. The slaves and free people of color gathered to dance simulations of their voodoo dances, right in sight of Creole society. Of course, they also continued to meet in private for the real thing.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
There were a variety of kings and queens at first, voodoo priests and priestesses. But from about 1830, a single power emerged. This was a voodoo queen named Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau ruled voodoo in New Orleans for many years.
Tell me about current voodoo.
Many people think of voodoo in terms of magic spells or gree-gree. That kind of practice is actually called hoodoo and is only a part of true voodoo. Voodoo, the religion, has a strong following in New Orleans. In fact, it is growing quite rapidly. There are several voodoo churches or temples in the city, and others all across the United States. African Americans see it as a tradition all their own. Whites, and there are many in the religion, are attracted to it because they think it is exotic. I personally am more interested in the history of voodoo. Some of the new movements are copying Haitian or even African voodoo, but it is the voodoo of New Orleans that I find so intriguing.
Tell me about Marie Laveau.
There were actually two Marie Laveaux, mother and daughter. Most people thought they were the same woman. Her continued youth added to the mystique. The original, the mother, was also known as Widow Paris. It was she that began the empire.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
The Laveau tomb, where one or both of the Maries are believed to be buried, is in St. Louis Cemetery No. 1. It is a popular shrine for practitioners and tourists alike. I myself take tours through the cemetery on a regular basis.
Really? Do you have any running this week?
No, but the cemetery is open to the general public as well.
What exactly is hoodoo?
Hoodoo refers to magic folk traditions of the South. Hoodoo is a bastard of voodoo. Many of the gree-gree are similar, but hoodoo does not have the religious aspects of voodoo.
What do you think of New Orleans?
It is the only city in the United States, as far as I am concerned.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Ah, you have perhaps noticed the museum snake, Mr. Knight? They are beautiful creatures. Do you not agree? And the tourists seem to associate them with voodoo.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
The killings in the newspaper. I know they have nothing to do with true voodoo in New Orleans.
Tell me about yourself.
Me?
Yes, if you don't mind.
What is it you wish to learn?
Why did you open a voodoo museum?
The subject has fascinated me all my life, and I wanted to help preserve the cultural heritage it represents.
What kind of background in voodoo do you have?
Let us just say I cut my teeth on it, Mr. Knight. It is in my blood.
Do you do anything besides run the museum?
No, the museum does not make me a rich man, but my material needs are simple. I prefer to focus on my one true interest in life.
What are your own religious beliefs?
My beliefs are too personal and too complex to discuss with a layman, Mr. Knight.
Just tell me anything.
I am originally from the West Indies myself, you know.
Really? What brought you to New Orleans?
I was drawn here for personal reasons.
Just tell me anything.
I am a vegetarian.
Really? I can't imagine living without meat.
That must be the hunter in you, Mr. Knight.
Just tell me anything.
I am not an easy person to get to know. I am a very private man.
Isn't that unusual for someone in the museum business?
Not at all. My displays speak for me.
Just tell me anything.
Not everyone can come see the museum, so I occasionally do public speaking on the subject of historical voodoo.
Anything coming up that I might attend?
No, but then you have me all to yourself right now, do you not?
Actually, I can't think of a thing.
Then let us discuss something else.
So how's the museum business?
Those who truly seek to understand are few, Mr. Knight. But even one can be an audience.
Sounds about like my shop. So where do you pick up all this stuff?
Oh, here and there. We accept donations of any pertinent items.
Do you ever get any wackos in here?
You mean besides yourself?
Yeah, besides me.
I do not care to make those kinds of judgments, Mr. Knight. All are welcome here.
You're a big guy, aren't you? Do you work out, play sports?
I do not play basketball, if that is what you want to know.
Who, me? No, you just look like such a natural athlete.
I do find ways of keeping fit, Mr. Knight. After all, our bodies are temples.
You sound like Grace. I should get the two of you together.
Is Grace your wife?
No, she just acts like it. So what do you think of our summer weather? Have you ever seen it so overcast or so muggy?
It is unpleasant. The heavens are not pleased these days.
Nice outfit.
I prefer simple cotton to dead flesh, Mr. Knight.
I'll have to remember that. This is quite a place you have here.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. I have dedicated myself to the preservation of this unique culture. It is gratifying to see others reap the fruits I have sown.
A street drummer has settled outside the museum.
Goodbye, Dr. John.
Walk carefully out there, Mr. Knight.
A sign on the front door of Magenta's home reads, Attuning with the Spirit Realm, back on June 22nd.
Hello?
Huh?
Bonjour, Monsieur Walker.
Bienvenue, Madame Casona. Comment ça va? How you be feeling today?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Walker. I'm certain someone's buried a sleep knot bag somewhere near my steps. I haven't slept a wink, not in weeks.
Now, don't that beat all. Gonna need some easy night candles then, huh?
Do you think that would help? I do hope you're right. I said 3 rosaries this morning for Our Lady's intervention.
Rosary good, sure enough, but you burn them candles too, boy, you gonna whip any no-sleep gree-gree, I tell you for sure.
Very well, Mr. Walker. Put them on my account and send them around to my house. Oh, and there's another thing. I didn't catch her at it, but I know. Mrs. Lefebvre put stomachache powder in my tea at the last meeting of the Creole Grand Dame. I've been in misery.
Now you put 9 pinheads up in the little box, add a pinch of graveyard dust, put it up under her front post step. That'll turn the trick back on Miss Lefebvre, and she be the one with the bellyache. I got the pins of dust right here if you want them.
If the Blessed Virgin will grant me her protection, I'll be safe from these practitioners of evil.
Oui, madame. Though, don't hurt to be proactive neither now, does it?
Naturellement, monsieur. Merci beaucoup.
Mais non, madame. It's nothing. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Monsieur Walker.
The mask appears to be made from a real crocodile head. The shelf holds containers of dried items, flowers, grasses, and black cat bones. The poster advertises a voodoo play from last fall. On this shelf are super concentrated fixing oils and a rib cage? Gabriel really doesn't want to ask. The sign says, Special St. John's Eve Lagnia. Free bottle of Lover Come Back to Me oil or Master Gambling oil with every purchase over $50.
Lagniappe. My French is lousy, but everyone in New Orleans knows what that means. A little something extra. Hi there. Is this your store?
This the Dixieland drugstore. And I own it. Me. Name's Walker. Willie Walker.
Can you tell me what you know about voodoo?
This is a novelty shop, monsieur.
Do you think I'm stupid? This is a voodoo shop. Look at all this stuff.
These is novelties, curiosities. If people want to think they magic, it's not my concern, you know?
Are you telling me that you own a voodoo shop, but you know nothing about voodoo practices?
Ça n'est pas ça faire blanc.
What does that mean?
It means you should mind your own business, monsieur.
What do you think of New Orleans?
I live here all my life, me.
What do you think of New Orleans?
If you're not from around here, monsieur, you should sign up for some tours.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Caprice encore.
What did you say?
Nothing. Them killings have nothing to do with my shop, monsieur.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
It's the biggest night of the year in voodoo.
What goes on exactly?
I couldn't say.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
The only one left is Willie Jr. over there, the old crocodile. He's sort of a mascot now, him.
Do you know anything about snakes?
What kind of snakes?
The kind they use in voodoo?
Pythons, boas, so I've heard.
Really? Do you have one?
Are you crazy? What would I want with a python?
What did you mean when you said Caprice encore?
I didn't say that.
You did. I heard you say it.
You heard wrong, monsieur. I said no such thing.
What do you know about Marie Laveau?
Marie? She's somebody from the old days. One of them old folk tales. The tourists eat it up, no?
That customer of yours, the little old lady.
Customer?
The woman I saw in here, Madame Casino, you called her.
I don't talk about my customers to men who come in off the street.
About Willie Jr. Would you be willing to let him go?
Maybe. For $100.
100? You gotta be kidding.
Me and Willie Jr. are very close now. I couldn't part with him for less.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $120.
What? You said you'd sell it for 100 before.
You misheard, monsieur. The price was always 120.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $120.
What? You said you'd sell it for 100 before.
You misheard, monsieur. The price was always 120.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $120.
What? You said you'd sell it for 100 before.
You misheard, monsieur. The price was always 120.
Would you take 50 for Willie?
Don't...
So, this is a voodoo store, huh?
Voodoo? No, man. This a curio shop. The things you see here are from local folklore. None of it real, I tell you for sure.
What about all these magic oils and powders you're selling? Aren't they a part of voodoo?
Read the label, man. We make no claims. Sold as curio only. It mean what it say, no? These are novelties, not voodoo.
So, do you get many tourists in here?
We, all the time. They want to buy a bottle of money-drawn oil or wang a bag to take home with them.
How's business?
About like always.
I'm a businessman, too. I own a bookstore here in the quarter.
I don't really care, me. I got a store to run.
Have you always lived in New Orleans?
My papa and his papa and his papa, all the way back to the days of Marie Laveau, we've been living here.
So, does any of this stuff actually work?
You crazy, man? These are just curios, novelties for the tourists.
Nice weather we're having.
Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy? St. John Eve coming, I got to be ready.
Tell me about yourself.
My name's Willie Walker. I own the place.
How did you get into this kind of business?
Now, why should I discuss my business with you, man?
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
What do you know about St. John's Eve?
A bunch of crazies out there on St. John's Eve, that's what. We're busy all night.
Really? What kind of crazies?
Oh, your usual howl at the mooners, I guess. They don't look no weirder than them that come in during Mardi Gras. Never can tell, though.
Excuse me, officer?
Yes?
You know, that uniform looks great on you.
Uh-huh. Is that a compliment, or are you asking to borrow my dress?
It's a compliment.
Well, you just never know around here. Thanks, but I'm married.
So, what's it like being a policewoman?
The glamour never ceases.
Could you get me some coffee?
Are you speaking to me?
Why, yes.
Wow, Deja, leave it to Beaver. I'm the police photographer, sir. You might be able to find someone around here dumb enough to get coffee for you, but it won't be me.
Oh, thanks anyway.
I can give you precise instructions for the handling of hot liquids if you need them.
No thanks. Oh, never mind.
Fine, I'll get back to work.
There's a temperature gauge on the wall near Mosley's office.
Mostly, my man.
It's you. God help me. Are you hot? Man, I'm hot.
Mosley's coat. His badge is in the front coat pocket.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
Do you know anything about the patterns around the bodies?
Yeah, weird, huh? All 7 victims had those marks around them. We've got all the marks on file, but we haven't figured out what, if anything, they mean.
Can I see the other 6 patterns?
Sure. People like that kind of stuff, don't they? Might make the book seem more mysterious. Go talk to Officer Franks. Tell her I said you could see the file.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Lots. Can you be more specific?
Do you know anything about the killers?
At least 20 people attend the killings. We know this from the variety of footprints found at the scenes.
Footprints? Aren't those as good as fingerprints?
Can be, but we'd have to have a suspect in custody first. And the suspect would have to match one of the few distinct prints we have. Most of the footprints are smudged, trodden over, unreadable. These guys are so casual in their expertise, it's maddening. Like they know we'll never find them.
How many murders have there been so far?
7 murders have so far been linked to the voodoo murders case. The first murder occurred about 8 weeks ago. The MO is the same in each murder. Lake Pontchartrain was the 7th.
What kind of evidence have you found?
No fingerprints, a few bare footprints. Found a few fibers, but not many. The weirdest one was leopard fur.
Leopard fur. Describe the crime scenes.
Well, there's the corpse itself, minus the heart. Around where the body was killed, we find marks and flour and blood. There are traces of wax from candles, red and black. Ordinary wax candles, so the lab reports. Also blood and feathers of chickens and goat's blood. And plenty of the victim's own, of course.
What's the coroner say?
The victim's heart is always ripped out of the chest and missing. We haven't located a single one of them.
Lovely. Any idea what they do with them?
Don't even want to know. Also, the coroner says some of the victims had heart attacks before the incision. Literally scared to death. The knife wounds are consistent with a long, narrow, wavy-edged knife. Probably a ritualistic dagger.
Any witnesses?
Nope. There's never been a single witness. No one's even heard a disturbance. It's damned weird. Like they just don't want people to see, and so nobody sees nothing.
Know anything about the victims?
The victims are all out-of-towners. We still don't know why.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Sure, no problem. Okay, anything else?
What can you tell me about voodoo?
There's voodoo that goes on in this city, sure. I looked into it a bit at the beginning of this case. But the voodoo stuff found at the crime scenes is all faked. It doesn't have anything to do with the real stuff. I know. I asked some experts. It's intimidation tactics, that's all.
What else can you tell me about voodoo?
I told you, don't worry about that part of it. It's all faked.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
You and me grew up here together. You tell me. It's a pretty nice place, even seeing the stuff I see, you know. The Carter's getting a bit too wild, though. Getting hard to control. Not quite what it was when you and me used to hang here, but... hell, I've never known anything else.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
I'm too sentimental to say anything else about it.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Is she that red-headed chick that works at Freddy's?
No.
Then I don't know her.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
That's coming up, isn't it? We get some occasional weirdness in the quarter, but nothing much. Used to have a lot of strange things happen, though, or so I hear.
What's the status on the voodoo murders case?
It's going. I can't seem to make any progress, though. Sluggish damn case. It's weird.
What's the status on the voodoo?
I told you, it's going for shit.
Trying for a real estate job with that coat?
No? Are you trying out for a janitorial job with that hair?
Have you ever called the hair club for men?
I'd rather have no hair than your hair, Knight.
So how do you find anything in this office? It looks like a war zone in here.
Hey, I get my job done. I'm a detective, not Betty Crocker.
Are those new shoes? What are those, loafers? Kind of a mud-brown suede kind of thing?
Hey, I'm on my feet all day, all right? Is that okay with you?
Mostly. I'm being perfectly sincere.
Yeah, you and my grandmother. Right.
You know, you have a unique way of wearing clothes that's, well, the way they kind of hang, pleating over that stomach of yours, drooping off your butt.
We can't all have the body of a 12-year-old like you, Knight.
You know, if you started carrying a lollipop around, you might get more respect as a detective.
Go to hell.
Trying for a real estate job with that coat?
No.
So, how's it hanging, bud?
Lousy. I hate crime scenes. People are sick fucks, you know that, Knight?
I'm starting to get that impression. You been feeling okay lately? You look like hell.
Me? You know, I can't sleep at night, what with thinking about the case and thinking about Annie.
I can relate. Played any b-ball lately?
Does it look like it? I'm so out of shape I'd probably have a coronary just looking at a ball.
Yeah, I'm out of it too. We should play sometime, get back into shape.
Man, I'd love to, Knight. I'll let you know if things ever settle down.
Anything else new?
Just work. Sorry I don't have more time to chat, bud.
Tell me about yourself.
For the book?
Sure, why not?
Okay. What do you want to know?
How do you like working on the police force?
Are you kidding? You know I love being a cop. And Narlands, it's the best place in the world to be one.
What are your plans for the future?
Well, you know, I don't like to count my chickens before they're hatched, but I don't see why I can't be the chief of police of Narlands someday. I already know the mayor, and my track record is one of the best in the department.
I'm sure it's just a matter of moments, mostly.
Yeah, you'll see.
Got any hobbies?
Yeah, making your life miserable.
I'm serious. Don't you shoot or chew or something like that?
No, I'm a freaking ballet dancer. Jeez. Yeah, I was #1 at the Louisiana State Fair Marksman Contest. I play trumpet, too. You know, put your lips together and blow.
How's your home life?
Oh, real funny, Knight. Why don't you just bring in some freaking salt? You know Annie left me. My home life is shit.
Right. Sorry about that. Just tell me anything at all.
Remember how we used to play monkey in the middle? Man, we used to piss off our senior year teacher. What was her name? Oh, Miss McKelly. You'd act like you were gonna toss her an eraser or something, and then you'd throw it to me over her head. And we used to do it at your grand's, too, like with the remote when she wanted to watch her soaps.
Yep, and it was a great way to pick up women in the library. Those were the days. Just tell me anything at all.
You know, my doctor told me I got a little family of ulcers starting. I wish this case would end so I could get some rest for a change.
Just tell me anything at all.
Oh, my back hurts.
Just tell me anything at all.
For the book, I wanted to be an astronaut when I was young, or a fireman.
Fascinating. Just tell me anything at all.
I'm 6'2".
You are not.
Oh, come on. I'm close enough. Just write me up that way.
Just tell me anything at all.
You know, I kind of like a woman with dark hair.
Yeah, I know. It's a regular thing with you.
Now that Grace.
You're on your own with that one, pal. I don't even want to know. Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Sure, no problem. Okay, anything else?
What else can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I don't know much except what I already told you.
How about getting me some coffee?
Coffee? You want coffee?
Should that surprise you?
Nah, you've always been a caffeine addict. It's just that what we got here hardly qualifies.
So I'm desperate.
It's your stomach. I'll get you some when we're done talking.
That long?
All right, I'll go now. Don't touch anything while I'm gone.
I think I'll just borrow this badge.
Hey, What are you doing with my coat?
Nothing. I thought I saw something crawling on it.
Just drink this.
Thanks, tons. I mean it.
Okay, anything else?
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Have a good one.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes?
Can you get a file for me?
What file would that be?
The Voodoo Murders file. Detective Mosley said I could see it.
Really? Well, if you said so. There it is. You can look at it all you want, but don't leave this area with it, okay? And no photocopies either, I'm afraid.
Of course. I understand completely.
Gabriel opens and reads the police file.
I'm done.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, Mosley.
Night. I had a feeling you'd show up. Are you hot? Man, I'm hot.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
I got those photographs you left for me.
Really? Great. What'd you think?
Astonishingly lifelike.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You got any more ideas for photos for the book?
A cop-author photo might be nice.
You and me? Together?
Why not? Of course you'll have to try to tone down your masculinity.
Well, okay. I'll call the police photographer. Franks, come in here a minute, would you? And bring your camera. I hate to put my coat on. It's so damn hot in here. But a picture's a picture.
What did you need, Detective Mosley?
We need a picture, please. And make it a good one, eh, sweetheart?
Sure, sweetheart.
Say chintzy.
Was there anything else, Knight?
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair.
Good God, Knight. Make it fast.
Just wanna check this machine here.
Would you just get in here? Hurry up, would ya?
Okay, ready.
Thanks, hon. Let me know when you get them developed. The photos, that is.
Yeah, sure.
Anything else, Knight?
Nope, that's about it.
Great. Thanks, Franks. Hey, I made a rhyme.
You're astonishing, mostly.
Don't call me that in front of the lady, wise guy. Thank God I can take this thing off again. Damn, it's hot. Okay, anything else?
I'll let you get back to it.
Later, Knight.
Oh, hey! Oh, come back here. Hey! Oh, unbelievable. Rotten luck.
An artist is taking advantage of the fine weather.
What are you working on now?
Just starting another drawing of the cathedral.
How's it going?
Life sucks. I just lost 2 days worth of work.
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with these patterns?
I'm a student. I don't take commissions.
Oh, sorry.
Gabriel can't reach the drawing from where he is. A small boy is tap dancing enthusiastically for a doobie dog vendor. The vendor ignores him. A doobie dog vendor has set up business in the square. He has his nose buried in a paperback novel. Gabriel notices that it is not one of his. Big surprise. That would be, at the very least, illegal.
Can you fit through the bars around the statue?
Got any money?
Nope.
There you have it. No.
You dance pretty well for a kid.
Give me some money then.
I don't have any.
Then don't block the view, mister.
Can't think of anything at the moment.
Okay then.
Could I get a doobie dog, please?
Not now, I'm busy.
An unambitious person in the 90s. Amazing.
I have this gift certificate.
I'm busy.
It's good for $20 at St. George's Books. Finest bookstore in New Orleans.
Really? I'll have to check it out sometime.
You could take this gift certificate with you. If you'll give me a doobie dog.
A doobie dog for a $20 gift certificate? Sure, here you go.
You wouldn't like a doobie dog by any chance.
Would I? Thanks, mister. You got any special requests? Let me know.
You mentioned something about special requests.
Yeah, you got one?
Can you fit through the bars around the statue?
Can I? Just watch me.
Good. There's something in there I can't quite reach. Can you reach that piece of paper?
Sure thing. Here you go.
Thanks, kid.
Yup. See ya.
Stupid wind. Now I have to start all over.
This belongs to you, doesn't it?
My drawing. How'd you get it?
Oh, it was a bit of a squeeze, but I hate to see you lose your work. I lost my only copy of a manuscript once.
Well, you saved my butt. Let me know if I can ever do the same for you, hey?
Is there any way you can reconstruct the whole pattern from these partials?
The pattern is probably circular, and there's some repetition in the elements. Okie dokie. Well, I think there's an area missing. If you could get me any more of these, I'll see what I can do.
I have another one of those patterns.
Really? Let's see. Yeah, this is great. I think there's enough overlap now. I'll give it my best shot. I'll show you what I come up with tomorrow.
Great. I appreciate it.
May I help you?
Better not try that. The man looks ready to whip up an army at the slightest notice.
My name is Detective Mosley. I'm here on police business.
Really? How interesting. Wait here. I'll inform Miss Getty. Miss Getty will see you. Right this way. Miss Getty will be down shortly.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Detective?
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Miss Kitty?
I assume that's what you're here for, Detective.
Can you tell me anything about what happened out at the lake?
I wish I could, but I've never seen or heard anything unusual at the lake, and I do spend quite a bit of time out there.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
The murders? Only what I read in the papers.
And what do you read in the papers?
I'm sure you know much more about it than I, Detective.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? Why would you want to know about that, Detective? It's rather silly, isn't it?
There's nothing silly about the voodoo murders.
But that voodoo is faked. That's what I've read in the papers.
That's what the papers say, all right.
But you're not convinced.
No, frankly, I'm not. The police department isn't known for its imagination.
Oh? Well, I can see that your imagination is considerable.
Tell me about your life in New Orleans.
The Getty family came to New Orleans in 1800. We worked very hard to get where we are. On the other hand, we've done a lot for this community.
I can believe that. You're doing a lot for me right now. Tell me about yourself.
I suppose I don't really have a choice. What do you want to know, Detective?
What kind of things interest you?
I don't have a lot of free time, but I do appreciate the arts. Opera, symphony, ballet, fine art. If you look around, you'll see that we collect African art, for example.
Yes, it's very beautiful.
It is, Detective. It means a great deal to me.
Do you have a career?
A career? Being the head of the Getty family is a 24-hour-a-day job. We have many holdings and many responsibilities, financial and otherwise. The management of our business affairs and properties leaves me with time for little else.
Poor little rich girl?
Believe it or not, Detective, wealth does have its price.
Tell me about your family.
The Gettys? We're a very private family.
How many people are there in your family?
Well, my mother just passed away.
Oh, I am sorry.
So am I. She was a magnificent woman. We were very close. I was an only child.
And your father?
I never knew him.
It's hard to believe that any man would leave a woman like you, or like your mother must have been.
He did not leave, Detective, but that's really none of your concern.
I'm sorry. Go on.
There are, of course, other Gettys in the city. I have a large extended family.
I see. Do you have a husband, boyfriend?
I'm very independent, Detective. The women in my family have always preferred it that way.
So you've never been married?
No, and I never will be.
What about children?
Yes, that is likely. Someday.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I have a business degree from Vanderbilt. I wanted to study psychology, but my family's interests came first.
Oh, why not something like law, then? Surely that would have been an asset to the family.
Law? Please. I do have some morals, Detective.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
For the record, I'm 28, Detective.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I have few friends. A woman in my position can't really afford them.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I try to stay away from the media as much as possible. Last year there was that story about John Jr. and I. Phone didn't stop ringing for weeks. I prefer to keep my private life private. I would appreciate it if you'd keep my name away from any public association with the police, Detective.
Of course. I wouldn't know where to begin.
As you wish, Detective.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Saint-Caux means?
No, I don't. What does it mean, Detective?
That's confidential information, ma'am. This is quite a place.
Thank you. It's been in the family a long time.
Done anything exciting lately?
I'm sorry, but I'm very busy. Can we get to the point?
What do you know about Marie Laveau?
I've heard of her, of course, but that's about it.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I believe it's some sort of local holiday, but I don't know much about it.
Do you know anything about snakes?
I'm no expert. I don't fear them like most people do.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Animal masks? I don't know what you mean.
So what's new with you?
Nothing that would interest you, I'm sure, Detective.
Do you receive all your visitors in this library?
Usually. I feel more comfortable surrounded by things that I love.
So, you like books?
My books, my art, yes.
You know, we have a lot more in common than you might imagine.
I would love to chat about that sometime, Detective, but I'm really pressed at the moment.
Excuse me, but your eyes are really distracting. I don't think I've ever seen a color quite like that brownish gold. It's so deep and rich. Man, if I could bottle that, I'd make a fortune.
Thank you, Detective. That's an interesting observation, though probably not relevant to your case.
A good detective never knows what might be relevant, Miss Getty.
Then you must be truly exceptional at your job.
I can't help noticing that you're in incredible shape, Miss Getty. Your legs are so strong. Do you work out at one of the clubs by the lake?
Well, Detective, I do enjoy physical activity.
Oh, me too.
Actually, I was referring to swimming and modern dance. I can't say that I do much exercising at the lake, though.
Ah, well, it was worth asking.
I think this has gone on long enough. You're not really a detective, are you?
Who, me? Well, I am on this case, Miss Getty.
I saw you at the lake yesterday. I thought you must be with the police since you were there, but you don't act like a police officer. Besides, I'm rather certain that the other man said his name was Mosley.
All right, you caught me. I'm not with the police. My name is Gabriel Knight. I'm a writer working with Detective Mosley on a book.
Well, Mr. Knight, now that we've established who you are, perhaps you can tell me the real reason you're here.
Well, I am researching the book, and I thought you might have seen or heard something at the lake.
I don't like liars, Mr. Knight.
Okay, you're right. I really just wanted to see you again. You can be mad at me if you want, but I swear I've never done anything like this before.
Mr. Knight, you've lied about your identity and wasted my time with meaningless questions. If it weren't vaguely flattering, I'd really be angry. You're lucky I don't call the real police. I think you should go, Mr. Knight.
Malia, wait. If you just give me a chance.
I've wasted enough time. I'll have Robert show you out. Robert? Show Mr. Knight out, please.
I most certainly will.
Thank you very much. I had a lovely time. Ah, shit. Hey, Grace, here I am.
Oh boy, party time.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have any idea what Cabri Saint-Caux means?
No. Sounds French, though.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Wasn't she a big voodoo queen before the Civil War?
That's right.
Well, you've just heard everything I know about her.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve? Never heard of it. Must be a local custom. New Orleanians love to party.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
I need you to look up a Madame Casino.
Madame Casino? Is she related to the murders the same way your friend Molly Aghetti was?
Grace, Casino's at least 70.
As if that makes a difference to you. Okay, I'll see what I can find. Well, it's about closing time.
So it is. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay? I'm so glad you could join us today. I've got messages when you want them. I also checked out Casino. There are multiple listings in the white pages. I got the page, but you'll have to figure out the right one.
Great. Thanks.
Now, are you gonna tell me what happened yesterday with Molly Aghetti, or is it just too embarrassing? Don't tell me you actually got to see her.
All the stars out tonight.
Gabriel, you don't seriously think she's interested. She can have any man in the city. You know, men with bank accounts.
You underestimate the Knight family's tragic poet samurai appeal. When Daddy married Mom, she was the hottest catch in town.
I always suspected there was something fishy in your family tree. But seriously, I think you should be careful.
Meow, Grace.
I'm serious. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach about this.
It's called jealousy, my dear. And you're right, you should be jealous of Molly Aghetti. As should every woman on this planet.
I just... never mind. I'll just fix these books. Your life is in your own slippery little hands.
The point is to get it into somebody else's hands. And soon.
Times dated June 20th, 1993. Gabriel scans over an uninteresting front page. Under the cultural events section, there's a notice about a lecture on African religions. The lecture is at Tulane University. Gabriel's horoscope for the day. An evil eye is upon you. Change your course before it's too late.
Lighten up. Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Your pal Mosley called. He left a message that they are interrogating a suspect this morning, and you might want to be there.
Sounds fun.
Mm-hmm. I bet.
Hello?
Is this the Casino residence?
Yes. What can I do for you?
Do you or does anyone in your family patronize the Dixieland drugstore?
I'm a busy man. What are you selling?
Nothing.
Good. Goodbye.
Hi, Casino residence.
Hi. I was wondering if you could help me.
Yeah?
A woman in the Dixieland drugstore dropped her purse today, and the name Casino was inside it.
Dixieland drugstore? Never heard of it. Sorry.
Hello?
Hello, I'm calling from the Dixieland drugstore. We have an order for you.
Castro, be quiet. Who is this?
I'm a friend of the owner.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Casino residents, may I help you?
Hi. You've won a customer raffle at the Dixieland drugstore.
No soliciting, please.
Cajun Critters Animal Clinic. This is Melissa.
Do you have a Madame Casino as a client?
Madam Casino? Sure, I know her. She's not here right now, though.
Really? She told me she'd be there. Would you happen to have her address by any chance?
Yes, but I'm not sure I should give it out. Who are you again?
I'm worried about Castro. He's missed 3 dance lessons.
Castro? Her little doggy? Oh, he's so sweet. Well, I guess if you know Castro, it's okay. Her address is 345 Dauphine.
Thanks. I might be able to use this black shirt.
The medicine cabinet contains a few old prescriptions, personal hygiene stuff, and lots of hair products.
I'll take this hair gel. You never know when you'll need a touch-up. I'll be back later.
Have fun.
How's it going today?
What? Oh, it's only you. Man, I have been jumpy all day. That pattern of yours really freaked me out for some reason. There's just something creepy.
You finished it?
Yeah, and you're welcome to it. Here.
Wow. This is great.
Uh-huh, yeah, just don't, blow up the planet with it or something, okay?
I didn't mean to upset you.
Forget it. I'm probably just being stupid. Do your thing with it, and, good luck.
The reconstructed Veve was done for Gabriel by a technical artist. Madame Lorelei, the fortune teller, is garbed in a belly dancer's outfit and wears a boa around her neck. A real boa.
Come on, boys, hoopla!
Not a bad idea. Baby, I love the way you move.
Madame Lorelei winks knowingly at Gabriel and twitches her hips.
Yep, she wants me.
Thanks, boys.
The veil belongs to the fortune teller. It's covered with shiny, iridescent sequins. Gabriel examines the veil with the magnifying glass. The fortune teller's veil is studded with sequins. The sequins look a little strange. Why, it's a snake scale. Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to remove the snake scale from the veil. The iridescent scale is hued olive green. It doesn't seem to match the scale from Lake Pontchartrain.
I think this veil belongs to you.
Oh, my veil! I'm always losing those things. You have no idea. Well, darling, you're such a sweetie to return a lady's delicates, and so handsome as well.
Well,
And since you have such a clear interest in fortune-telling, let me see your hands. They look so strong. Perhaps they will make both our fortunes clear, no?
I wish something would.
Strong, yes, and yet so delicate and flexible.
You don't know the half of it.
Oh, good. I see a mysterious woman in your immediate future.
Madame Lorelei winks at Gabriel knowingly.
She is a dangerous one, dark and beautiful. Oh, I see the road of your life forking, and very soon.
The blood drains from Madame Lorelei's face in an instant. Sweat beads on her upper lip.
Are you okay?
There are
forces! Oh God, beware! Beware!
What is it about me lately?
It looks like the lecture is just starting.
Voodoo is the tribal religion of Africa, but the name Voodoo is actually a banner heading, under which resides an entire body of distinct tribal belief systems. The word Voodoo may sound familiar to you. What is known in the States as Voodoo is actually an amalgamation of African religious systems, Voodoo, and European religions, primarily Catholicism. All of these subcults of African Voodoo have certain things in common. The most important is the worship of a pantheon of spirits, instead of the single deity that the Christian and Muslim systems have. Some of these spirits are elementals. Some relate to specific tasks or places. Some represent important tribal leaders who have died. This spirit worship is what makes Voodoo so easily adaptable. With all these spirits, it's no problem to add a few more. Say, for example, the Virgin Mary. At the height of tribal Africa, warfare was common. One tribe would conquer another, and the Loa, important in the conqueror's tribal system, would be adopted readily into the conquered tribe's Loa pantheon. In this way, many of the Voodoo cults spread and mingled throughout tribal Africa, enriching the belief system and causing innumerable offshoots. The basis for the Voodoo religion seems to be as old as man himself. It has much in common with many early pagan practices: animal totems, sympathetic magic, elemental spirits in the trees, the heavens, the bodies of the sick. Africa is believed by many to be the cradle of the human race. Some of the Voodoo Loa may be as old as the Garden of Eden itself. We still can't explain some of the real power of these primal religions. And note, I said primal, not primitive. There are African Bokors who baffle our scientists with their supernatural powers. Now, let's discuss the elements of Voodoo.
Fascinating guy.
In Voodoo, the spirits are called the Loa. During a Voodoo ceremony, celebrants are possessed by the Loa. This is called being ridden. The human worshipper is seen as a horse, and the Loa as the divine horseman. A person being ridden by a Loa takes on the characteristics of that spirit and becomes, in effect, merely a vessel for the more powerful entity. Some of the older original Africa Loa include Dambala, the great serpent god, Ezuli, the mistress of love, Papa Nebo, or Gede, the lord of death, Awe, the spirit of water, Legba, spirit of the crossroads, and the cruelest and most dangerous, Ogun Badagri, the lord of destruction.
I gotta get more sleep at night.
Tribe-specific Loa can have as much or more power as the more widely worshipped Loa. For instance, a particular tribe might revere highly the Loa of an ancestor who was a legendary hunter or politician. Voodoo temples are called Houndfors. Their priests, Houngan or Bokors, their priestesses, Mama Loa. In a Voodoo Houndfor, there's a ritual circle marked by a center pole called a Poto Meton. During ritual conclaves, initiates dance under the supervision of a Bokor and a Mama Loa, or head priestess. The use of totems, or animal masks and markings, was not uncommon in the original African ceremonies. Now, though, all but the oldest sects have abandoned this practice. Ritual objects used during the conclaves included the ritual gourd, or asan, the ritual knife, or kubasa,
That knife gives me the chills.
the ritual whip, or fouetcache, and the ritual coffin, or seke madule. These items are often optional, called for by the Mama Loa for specific magical rituals. The Mama Loa is the most powerful figure in any Voodoo sect. Voodoo is a truly matriarchal system. Even the Bokor knows his power is limited. The Mama Loa is the supreme woman. She goes out of her house at night, sees many things, and tries to get butterflies. And at night again, she sees other things, including fireflies.
Firelight. Gabriel?
What? Can't see.
Gabriel, get in.
Can't. It's too small for me.
You must get in, Gabriel.
It's not mine. Too small.
Hide, Gabriel. Hide.
No! Let me out! Help!
Young man, the lecture is over.
Oh my God. Sorry.
Are you a student?
No. My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Well, you've already interrupted and slept through my lecture, Mr. Knight. I hope you have something worthwhile to do here. If you figure it out, let me know.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
It's June 23rd, the feast day of St. John the Baptist. But June 23rd has been a sacred day since the earliest times. Ancient sun worshippers used to roll a flaming wheel down a hill to celebrate the sun's descent on that day.
A burning wheel. Huh. Do you know anything about Veves?
If you'd taken notes during my lecture, you wouldn't have to ask.
Tell me about Damballa.
Damballa is one of the major Rada Loa, also known as Damballa Wado. He is an ancient Dahomian rain god, often represented as a large boa constrictor. Damballa is the most powerful and most violent of the Rada Loa. The Rada Loa are typically benevolent, as opposed, say, to the Patro Loa. He is still worshipped heavily in Haiti, and when voodoo first started in New Orleans, the early conclaves were reportedly based on the worship of the great zombie, the great serpent, Damballa.
Tell me more about Damballa.
I have extensive courses in the Loa running next semester. Perhaps you should take one of those, Mr. Knight.
Tell me about Ogun Badagri.
Ogun Badagri is one of the Patro Loa. The Patro Loa are much more violent than the Rada Loa. Some people believe the Patro Loa originated in Haiti, but I have found some evidence that the Patro Loa were African as well, though worshipped only by a small voodoo tribe, and a very bloody one.
Tell me more about Ogun Badagri.
He is a chief nasty, Mr. Knight. He is the spirit of war and destruction.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
While I find the colloquial bastardizations of voodoo somewhat interesting, from a sheerly intellectual point of view, there's not a lot of relation between people like Laveau and true voodoo practices.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I've read about them in the papers. I must admit to some interest. But according to the newspapers, the voodoo aspect is faked, so I haven't really pursued it. You know how Americans, especially Hollywood, treat voodoo. I'm sure there are many so-called practitioners out there that have no idea what they're doing or the power they're playing with.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
I find it interesting to see the occasional fragment of voodoo practices in the everyday culture of New Orleans.
What else can you tell me about New Orleans?
The Catholic Church has always dominated in New Orleans, and its imagery, in turn, has dominated New Orleans voodoo.
What else can you tell me about New Orleans?
If there's more you wish to know, perhaps you should read my books.
Do you know anything about snakes?
I'm not a zoologist, Mr. Knight, but I know all I care to about reptiles.
Do you know what caprice encore means?
Caprice encore? Yes, I do. It's a Haitian term, I believe. It's French, and literally translates as goat without horns.
As in a female goat?
No, as in a human sacrifice. Sacrifices in voodoo are usually of the animal variety. Chickens, bulls, goats. If the gods demand a goat without horns, it means a human being.
Tell me more about human sacrifice.
It's very rare. Most voodoo practices do not include human sacrifice as a matter of record, but it is theoretically possible, if that's what the gods demand. For example, one of the chants I had translated for me from a Haitian ritual went like this. Mistress Ezuli, come and aid us. If a cock is demanded, we will give it. If a bull will suffice, behold it. But if a goat without horns is required for sacrifice, oh, where will we find one? Ezuli is the gentlest of Loire, so they call on her for mercy. But I have seen grown and powerful Houngan tremble before possession by one of the more violent Loire, such as Papa Nebo. Clearly, they are afraid that something of the sort will be ordered, or that Loire will simply take it for themselves.
Tell me more about human sacrifice.
I wouldn't dwell on it. Most voodoo sects probably haven't seen a human sacrifice for several generations.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
As I said in my lecture, which I assume you actually listened to, is that animal masks, totems, are used extensively in most African voodoo religions.
Tell me about yourself.
All right, Mr. Knight. I'm 35, a fully tenured professor at this university, as well as a fellow at Cambridge. My doctorate was obtained at Syracuse. Yes, Syracuse, in religious studies. I'm an agnostic, but I find human belief systems fascinating. I specialize in African religions because I grew up there. My father was a Protestant missionary. And I am heterosexual, when I practice sex at all, which isn't very often. Any other questions?
Oh, no.
Fine.
I'd really like to know more about you.
There have been several articles written about me, Mr. Knight, as well as blurbs on my book jackets. If you want a biography, read.
Your lecture was terrific.
Oh, you think so? You were snoring so loud I didn't think you'd heard it.
You must travel a lot.
Yes, to Africa mainly.
I'm very interested in voodoo myself right now.
How nice for you.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
You already sat through my lecture on the subject, Mr. Knight. Perhaps next time you could stay awake and learn something.
Is there anything you can tell me about the voodoo aspects of this photograph?
This is a serious voodoo ritual. Nasty stuff.
In what way?
Let's see. I can't make out much detail from this photograph, except for the corpse, of course, but the wound, the face, and what little I can see of the ritual paraphernalia, it reminds me of certain black voodoo practices. Very rare. I've never witnessed them myself, you understand.
Really? Interesting. Thanks. Can you tell me anything about this?
Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Mind if I copy this?
Be my guest.
Great. I'll be right back. Here you go. You know, this is a fascinating veve. You must tell me all about its origin.
Actually, I was hoping you'd tell me. Can you figure out anything about it from the symbols?
Well, some. That's why I wanted a copy. I want to research the design myself.
Have you heard of the voodoo murders?
No, you're kidding. Really? Then the voodoo is authentic. The newspapers are wrong. Boy, are they wrong.
You think this Veve is authentic?
Authentic? Mr. Knight, that's like asking if the Mona Lisa is a painting. Tell you what, I'll look into these symbols myself and see what I can learn about the sect that made this. I'll give you a call when I have more information. You are associated with the police, aren't you?
Absolutely. But I'm undercover. You can contact me at St. George's Bookshop in the quarter.
All right. Now, I'd like to get started on this, if you don't mind.
Okay, thanks.
Good day, Mr. Knight.
You! Give me back my badge! Now, Knight!
Sure. Thanks for letting me borrow it.
Yeah? You borrow it again, and you're history. Now, about today. Glad you made it. It'll give you a feel for how I am in action. You know, handling suspects, that sort of thing.
I'm sure it'll be invigorating. Who is this guy, anyway?
Calls himself Crash. He's been an informant for us before, mostly helping us bust small-time pimps and dealers trying to break into the territory. He's been staying invisible during these murders, but we picked him up this morning at Jackson Square pushing coke. He knows something. Call it detective's instinct.
Detective's instinct. Got it.
All right, Crash. I want to hear about these murders. Have you been present at the so-called voodoo rituals?
I don't know nothing. All right, I told you.
Come on now. You can tell me. Do you know anyone who's been to these rituals?
Look, I can't say nothing. You gotta let me go.
Relax. No one knows you're here. The men who picked you up were in plain clothes.
Plain clothes? Like you could fool them. They know I'm here. They've got ears all over the city. They know everything.
Who are they, Crash? Are they the ones doing the murders?
Let me go.
If you're so worried about being detained, start talking. You tell me what I want to hear, and maybe I can get you into the witness protection program. But you gotta earn it.
Witness protection? Are you crazy? Oh, don't make me laugh. Oh, Jesus, just let me out of here.
Oh, come on. Who's behind these murders, Crash? Why are the victims all members of the underworld?
Oh, by now they know I'm here. It's different when I'm supposed to come here. Oh, if I can send a message. Yeah, tell him I didn't say nothing.
Christ, he's freaking useless. Just take him back to detaining, would you, Tony? I tell you, times like this, I'd kill for truth serum. Damn civil rights.
Can I quote you on that?
Huh? Hell no. Damn, we can only keep him for 24 hours. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna have to let him go. Sorry it wasn't more exciting. You know, for the book, I mean. Hey, maybe you could punch it up some. You know, what do they call that? Fiction. That's it.
It certainly is. I'll see what I can do. Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
What do you know about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? Sounds like a put-on to me.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
You mean gumbo?
No, I mean Damballa.
Never heard of it.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
Say what?
Ogun Badagri. It's a voodoo loa.
Speak English or shut up, Knight.
Sorry, didn't mean to confuse you. Guess I'll take that as a no. Does the phrase Capri Sanko mean anything to you?
Hell no! Is that French? My mother spoke it, but I always had a hard enough time just speaking English.
True enough. Do you know anything about veves?
What?
Veves. They're ritualistic patterns used in voodoo. You know, like those marks we found around the body.
You know what the department says about that, Knight? That voodoo stuff is faked.
Yeah, well, they're wrong. These veves...
Look, just stop worrying about those marks. I don't think they're relevant.
Do you know anything about snakes?
The only thing I know about snakes is that I don't like them.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Animal masks? You mean like those Halloween masks they sometimes use in robberies?
I don't think so. More like real animals.
Never ran across anything like that.
I'm gonna hit the road.
Ciao, baby.
The chancel of St. Louis Cathedral consists of a raised dais, an altar, 2 pedestals, and a choir area. At least the cherub is an aesthetic way of asking for donations. Gabriel might need the goodwill, but he can't afford to make a donation right now. Curtain confessionals are a subtle, old-fashioned presence on the left of the nave.
May I help you, my child?
I'd like to make a confession.
All right, if it'll make you feel better.
I've had impure thoughts about a woman I met.
Impure thoughts? You mean thoughts of sexual relations?
You could say that, but worse than what you mean.
Worse? You mean extreme sexual relations?
Well, not involving animals or anything.
Oh, well. Perhaps we should just leave it at that. Pray for forgiveness and say 10 rosaries. Is there anything else?
I've done some pretty rotten things to my friend Mosley.
Rotten? What do you mean?
Practical jokes, insults, among other things.
I see. Are you sorry?
Well...
Pray for forgiveness and say 3 rosaries. Is there anything else?
I haven't paid my assistant for 3 months.
Have you had the money?
Nope.
Sounds like a matter for the courts, son, not the church. Is there anything else?
I've had a lot of women, Father.
A lot? More than 10?
Yes, Father.
More than 20?
Yes, Father.
More than 40?
Yes, Father.
Son, I don't think this is a matter for a priest. I think you need a good therapist.
If we're counting therapists, then I'm up to at least, let's see, count of the 1, and this might take a while.
My son, I'm afraid my lunch break is coming on about now. Pray for forgiveness and say 20 rosaries. On second thought, when you finish the math, say that many rosaries.
Gabriel hears him leave the confessional.
I should probably add one more rosary for that while I'm at it. I've been a bad boy.
Someone is in that confessional. Gabriel will have to wait.
I've always wondered how the other half lives.
Inside the box, Gabriel finds a priest collar and some oil used for blessing. Inside the box,
You never know when a priest's collar will come in handy.
that oil is for holy purposes, not the sort of thing Gabriel would want to use it for.
All right, but this is private.
Yes? Who is it?
It's Father McLaughlin to see you.
Father McLaughlin, you say? You must be new in the parish. I'm so pleased to meet you, Father. Do come in.
Thank you, my child.
Please be seated, Father.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
The painting behind the couch is a Madonna and Child. Castro, cute as a flea on a piece of fruit. Madame Casanova would not appreciate that. Gabriel's impersonating a priest.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions, my child?
Of course not, mon père.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
People think I'm just a foolish old woman, but I know the things they do. My family's been in New Orleans since 1750, so I know more than most. Voodoo people are all over the city, in the shops, everywhere. They'll curse you like that, and most people don't even notice. Spit on your bread at the bakery. Take strands of your hair at the store when you try on clothes. Oh, you have to be so careful. But I know their ways, so I can protect myself. I know how to use the magic too, and I can counteract their evil spells.
Tell me more about voodoo in New Orleans.
It's just plain evil. It's dangerous to even discuss it.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Voodoo murders? Ha! They are nothing new to me, Father. They happen all the time. I hardly go out anymore. It's too dangerous in the streets. They can get you anywhere, you know. Even here, in this room. But I try not to let them know about me. That's the best way.
What else do you know about the voodoo murders?
Shh! They'll hear you.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
The only true New Orleans are of French origin, you know. My family were among the original settlers of New Orleans. They came here from France. The Creole society used to be so gay in New Orleans. No, it barely hangs on by its fingernails.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
Oh, St. John's Eve, mais oui! I used to love the St. John's Eve Mass at St. Louis Cathedral. Of course, it is also a night of great wickedness, worse than All Hallows Eve. They will corrupt anything, Father.
They? They who?
Oh, you know.
What else?
I don't think I should say any more about that.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Oh, yes, Father. It is the wickedest kind. The kind they practice here in New Orleans.
Do you know anything about Veves?
No, Father. I don't know anything about that.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
No, Father.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
No.
Tell me about yourself.
Me? I am Creole. My family has been in New Orleans for over 200 years. Real New Orleanians are French, you see. These days, the city is overrun with people with no heritage at all. No offense, Father, but it's true. But the French, naturellement, will always be the true blood of New Orleans.
Tell me about...
Well, Father, I don't know what else to say.
It's so nice of you to invite me in.
But no, mon père. I am always happy to see one of the good fathers.
Do you find the weather to your liking?
It's terribly humid. I only go out in the morning and the evening.
What a delightful little dog you have.
Ah, yes, Castro is my boon companion.
Aren't you a member of the Creole Grand Arms?
Why, yes. We do much charitable work in the community, you know.
Have you been attending Mass regularly, my child?
Oh, yes, Father. I attend Mass every morning. Many don't these days, you know.
You're dedicated, madam. Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Oh, her? I could tell you about her. Voodoo Queen? Ah! My great-grandmother was an acolyte of Marie Laveau. She knows the truth about her.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
No, I won't say anything more. Not to you, Father. I'm sure you mean well, but you are an outsider.
Do you have any idea what Caprice encore means?
Maybe. I know. I bet you do not know, Father, n'est-ce pas?
It means goat without horns.
Father, you surprise me. You do know what it means. You know what they mean by goat without horns, don't you? A human being. That's right. Slit your throat, cut out your heart. Pure evil murder.
Do you know anything about human sacrifice here in New Orleans?
Well, my great-grandmother could tell stories. She saw it. People say that sort of thing wasn't done in New Orleans, but the real voodoo queens did it. Oh, yes.
Who are the real voodoo queens?
Well, my great-grandmother told me that Laveau was just a front, a flamboyant decoy. She distracted authorities from the real voodoo queen of New Orleans. It's been the same one for almost 200 years. She's head of a secret voodoo enfant. That's what they call their temples, you know. It's so secret, most of the voodoo people in the city don't even know about it. The real voodoo queen controlled Laveau, gave her a little bit of power, and used her like a puppet.
Tell me more about this secret voodoo hound for.
Well, I've never seen it. I wouldn't go near it if you paid me. But it's here in New Orleans, I guarantee it. I hear their drums at night, oh yes. That's why I'm so ill, I tell you, those drums. But we shouldn't talk about it. They'll hear us. It's the devil's work that happens there, I can tell you. I'll show you something secret. You mustn't tell anyone, Father.
I swear on my collar.
Here it is, mon père. A true object of evil if ever there was one.
It radiates something, all right.
It belonged to my great-grandmother. She told my mother that it was a token to gain entrance to the real voodoo ceremonies.
You don't say.
To tell you the truth, I've always felt nervous about having it in the house. You know, evil influence and all.
I can see how you would, yes.
And yet, I could never part with it. It's been in the family for generations. Would you bless it for me, Father? I feel strange asking such a thing of you, but surely you understand.
Bless this bracelet of a snake. Even though its vibes aren't great, let it do nobody harm when they wear it on their arm. Voodoo spirits, go away. Don't come back another day. And now let us pray.
Gabriel has a thought about the clay.
Bless, oh bless this circlet of silver. Take the curse, oh take it, Wilbur.
A lovely blessing, mon père.
Yes, I think it made a lasting impression. Here you go.
I feel so much better now.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
No, Father.
Tell me, Ma.
She was only a front for the real evildoers, Father. And that's the truth about Marie Laveau.
Au revoir, madame.
Adieu, mon père.
Odd-looking marks adorn the Laveau tomb wall. Near the Laveau tomb is a piece of red brick, undoubtedly a cast-off from spiritual graffiti writers.
I want a copy of these strange marks. Hello there. Got a sec?
Go ahead. These folks ain't in no hurry.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Sure. She was the voodoo queen of New Orleans, a powerful voodooian and a powerful sorceress. Believers still come to her tomb, you know. They write secret marks on the walls, leave offerings. Then there's the tourists. They come out of curiosity. As a matter of fact, that big Dr. John fella from that voodoo museum, he's here at least once a day. But Marie Laveau's tomb isn't the only one the believers visit and make markings and leave offerings at.
You said there were other marked tombs?
Yep. I've seen bull hearts left on tombs and a nest of vulture feathers, plates of peas and congreve. Animal parts, human parts even, it look like. Male parts, if you get my meaning. And this is one of the great family crypts, mind you. Odd how them types just pick a spot and stick to it.
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery, #1.
You know why the dead are buried in tombs and not in the ground, don't you? The water table's too high. Them coffins will float right out of their graves. Ha! Them dead will go floating right down into the Calder. Of course, if it were Mardi Gras, nobody'd even notice. It's a historical place. People buried in here from the Civil War. Back further, too. Take a look around. You'll see.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Seem like everyone wants to visit New Orleans at least once in their lives. And they love the cemetery tours. I see tourists in here every day of the year.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
They say it was part of an old religion from Africa, brought here by slaves.
You been working here a long time?
Longer than you've been alive, son. I mayhaps be here longer than you'll be alive, for that matter.
Kind of a quiet job you've got, isn't it?
Most of the time, yeah. They act up some at the full moon, though.
You must enjoy the company of dead folks.
Unlike the living, they ain't never given no reason to dislike them none.
How's business today?
About like every day. It's what you call a seller's market.
Tell me about yourself.
My name is Toussaint Gervais. I'm the watchman here at St. Louis No. 1.
What exactly do you do here?
Oh, I keep the place tidy, of course, but a big part of my job, too, is looking out for the grievers, you know. People come to pay their respects, and they need looking out for. Sometimes they so grief-bound, they don't know what they doing.
Tell me.
That's about all there is to say.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
Well, St. John the Baptist is the patron saint of voodoo. Sometimes we get weird goings-on in the cemetery on that night. More often on a few nights before. People taking grave dirt, bones, and who know what.
That's pretty disgusting.
Yep. Don't know what they do in them, but it can be pretty.
Do you know anything?
Black voodoo? I've seen lots of voodoo markings in this cemetery. I've seen graves dug up and stuff you don't want to know about stolen from them. But voodoo? Black voodoo? Sounds like a devil of a distinction, if you ask me.
Does the name...
I don't know what you're talking about.
What do...
Isn't it just awful, them finding those bodies with the voodoo things around them? I don't think there's any real voodoo going on. Somebody trying to cover their tracks is all.
Malia?
Mr. Knight, what are you doing here?
My family's tomb is here.
Mine too.
Unnoticed. Subtle.
Well, Mr. Knight, if there's nothing else...
Don't go. I need to talk to you.
Whatever for?
I can't stop thinking about you. I've been in your thoughts too. I can see it in your eyes.
Mr. Knight, you don't know anything about me. I'm not in a position to get involved.
I've said that a million times myself, but this is different. I think we both know we can't fight it. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this.
I have so many obligations. My family is very traditional. You wouldn't understand.
Hey, I love tradition. I've seen Fiddler on the Roof 100 times.
This isn't a musical, Mr. Knight. We live in different worlds.
Look, I know you got more money than God. Do you think I care? Do you think that's why I'm saying this?
No, I don't.
Why don't you come see my world? I've got a little bookshop, St. George's on Bourbon.
I know.
See, I knew it. You're crazy about me too. Come by tonight, please. My world isn't so bad.
I'm sorry, but there's no place for someone like you in my life. Not now, not ever.
Damn it.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Excuse me. I'm going inside.
Oh? I'm afraid St. George's is closed for the day.
I'm not a customer. I'm here to see the owner.
Why don't you just leave your name and number with me, and I'll tell him you stopped by.
Listen, if Gabriel is here, he'll want to see me. Is he? Here?
I really couldn't say for certain, but in the morning...
Gracie, say goodnight. You came. I didn't think you would.
I didn't think I would either.
Your eyes. I could show you around a little. It's not much, but...
Please don't. I couldn't focus on much of anything right now.
Yeah, I know. God, what is it about you?
Just shut up and kiss me.
You're not speaking to me this morning?
Don't be silly. I just have nothing to say.
Have it your way. Have you noticed this guy outside the shop?
Yeah, he gives me the creeps. I wish he'd go away.
Time stated June 21st, 1993. Gabriel's eye is immediately drawn to an article about the voodoo murders. He scans it quickly.
I don't believe this. They've closed the case.
What case?
The voodoo murders case. The paper says that the police have learned that the murders were a result of an underworld cartel war, and that the war is over.
That's not good?
It's ridiculous. And what about the killers? And the voodoo angle, they never got anything on that.
I know you were into it, Gabriel, but if it's over, that's hardly a negative. Anyway, if you're that upset, why don't you talk it over with your pal Mosley?
You don't get it, Grace. Just forget it, okay?
Gabriel decides to check his horoscope, despite his disgust. Death walks close to you today. Resist temptation lest his eye fall on you, too.
Peachy.
Gabriel also spots an ad for Sam Springleton, a jeweler. Sam hangs out at the Napoleon House.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Your grandmother called. She said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's things.
Okay. Do you have messages for me?
That man from Germany called again, Wolfgang Ritter. Now he's claiming to be a relative of yours.
Interesting. Can I get that phone number for Wolfgang Ritter?
Sure, I'll give it to you when we're done talking.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
I have a pattern I need you to research.
How interesting. What is it?
It's a reconstruction of the tracings they found around the murder victims. The ones done in flour and blood.
Yuck. You shouldn't carry this kind of thing around. Who knows what these symbols mean?
Well, wear your evil banishing gloves if you want, but check it out for me, would you?
I'll see what I can find out. Anything else?
I can't think of anything. Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
Ugh, no. Makes my skin crawl, though.
Have you ever heard of Dambala?
No, sorry.
Do you know anything about Veves?
Not a clue. Sorry.
Ritual patterns used in voodoo.
Fascinating. I can't help you out, though.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
I'd rather not hear about your sex life, Knight.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndfall?
In New Orleans?
I think so.
No, I don't, but it sounds dangerous. You're not going to try to find this voodoo group yourself, are you?
Would I do that? Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? Ugh, now what are you getting yourself into?
Nothing you need to know about, do you?
I know there are dark forms of any major religion. Where there's a yin, there's a yang.
Speaking of yin and yang...
But no, I don't know anything really about voodoo, dark or otherwise, sorry.
Are you sure you don't know anything about black voodoo?
You are desperate. I told you I can't help you. Here's that phone number.
Thanks.
Gabriel, I'm so glad you stopped by.
Oh, sorry it's been a while, Grandma.
Not at all. Give me a kiss.
Now come on, sit down. Tell me how you're doing.
On the wall are portraits of Gran and Granddad when they were young. Gabriel's inherited some good-looking genes.
Hey, that's my Gran. Show some respect. How have you been, Gran?
Just fine, dear. I'm sorry I bothered you at work, but, I was hoping you'd get a chance to go through your father's things in the attic.
Don't be silly. You can call me anytime. You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
Oh, you.
Have you baked any of your incredible molasses pies lately?
No, dear. But you let me know when you want some and I'll whip up a half a dozen.
You've lost weight. Are you courting a new man?
Oh, Gabriel, don't be silly. You know there'll never be anyone but your granddad for me.
Your hair looks very pretty today, Gran.
Well, thank you, dear. So does... Well, you've always had such nice, thick hair, Gabriel.
You know, I always tell people that my Gran is the prettiest grand old belle in the city.
Oh, dear. You shouldn't talk so.
What's new, Gran?
I've been working on baby sweaters for the church bazaar. Keeps me busy.
Done anything interesting lately?
I raised you.
Lately, Gran.
Oh, you know me, Gabriel. I always got my nose poked in something.
It must run in the family. You're looking well, Gran.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Is there anything you need?
Me? No, I'm just fine, Gabriel. I have more than enough of everything.
Nice weather.
Oh, Gabriel, please. It's been just awful. Muggiest summer of my life.
Are you okay, Gran?
I'm right as rain, boy.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? What an odd question, Gabriel. Of course, you always were interested in monster movies and all that other weird stuff. You get that from your father and Granddad. I don't know anything about it, dear. Of course, it was very big in New Orleans at one time, but you don't hear so much about it these days. Too much else in the world to worry about, I guess.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
New Orleans is very southern, of course, though not as much as it used to be when I was a girl. It's gotten much more influenced by the East Coast and that California stuff. Still, it hasn't changed as much as other places, I reckon. We've always been happy here.
What can you...
My goodness, boy, you lived here all your life, just like me. I can't tell you much that you don't already know.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve? I remember when I was a girl, we always had a St. John's Eve Mass. The Mass was said at midnight, and we held candles. One time, on the way home, we were waylaid by a large group of drunken revelers. They didn't hurt us, but oh, I was frightened. My father was furious. We never went to St. John's Eve Mass after that.
What can...
I haven't celebrated it in years, Gabriel. I'm sure there's still Mass in the more traditional churches, but I don't go.
What can you tell me about the voodoo murders?
Oh, Gabriel, nothing. And I don't want to. I sometimes wonder what this world is coming to.
Have you ever heard of Marie Laveau?
Marie Laveau. Oh, of course. She was that voodoo woman, wasn't she? She preyed on people's fears and superstitions, is what I think. There are always those willing to take other people's money for nothing. You stay away from people like that, Gabriel.
Yes, Gran. Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? What kind of snakes, dear?
I don't know, local kinds.
Well, we used to get cottonmouths in the park when I was a girl, but I haven't heard of one being sighted for years. Milk snakes and garter snakes are also around these parts, but they can't hurt you.
Thanks, Gran. Have you ever heard of Damballa?
What, dear?
Never mind. Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
What, dear?
Never mind. Does the phrase Cabri Sanko mean anything to you?
Something without something, I think. Oh, my French is so rusty, I swear my mind is going.
No, it's okay. Thanks. Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound fall?
Gabriel, my goodness. What are you up to these days?
Oh, nothing, Gran, really.
You'd better not be. You know you're the only family I have left.
I know, Gran. It's okay. Do you know anything about black voodoo?
I don't know much about any kind of voodoo, Gabriel.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Why, no, dear. Do you mean Mardi Gras masks?
Never mind, Gran. Tell me about yourself.
Me? Surely you have something more interesting to talk about.
No, come on, Gran.
Oh, all right, dear. What do you want to hear?
What do you do all day?
You know how I love to knit and work in my garden. I also take long walks. It's the only way to keep an old body like mine from stiffening up.
You're not old.
Oh, don't be foolish. I'm older than the hills.
Tell me about before you met Granddaddy.
Well, you know I was born Rebecca Wright. My daddy owned a lot of land outside of town. We grew peas and corn and cotton, all kinds of things. It was a good childhood, but my father was very strict. He didn't much let me out of his sight.
Tell me how you met Granddaddy.
Oh, I met Helson at a church revival. There was a traveling preacher back then, a big fella named Reverend Jim. I even remember his slogan, "Come to me to find your way." Your granddad was sitting right behind me and my girlfriend, Alma. And at one point, old Reverend Jim was flinging his hair around with his fine brimstone annex. And a piece of it, one of those small add-on do's for men, went flying off. I swear, Helson and I were the only ones that noticed. We both started laughing to beat the band. Everyone looked at us like we were a couple of loonies. Oh, it was then I knew that he was for me.
How you feeling these days?
Fit as a fiddle, and don't you worry your head about it.
Just tell me anything at all.
I had your father when I was 22. The doctors told me I couldn't have any more after him, so I'm afraid I spoiled him rotten.
Just tell me anything at all.
I hate to admit it, but I was a jealous little thing when your granddaddy and I were younger. I loved him so ferociously, and he did attract the eyes of the ladies whether he wanted to or not. I get lonely sometimes, but I have lots of girlfriends in the neighborhood. I call one of them if I'm feeling blue. I wish you'd settle down and give me a great-grandchild.
Oh, Gran. Just tell me
I never loved any man but your grandfather. And I never will.
Oh, nothing.
All right, dear.
Tell me about our family.
Who would you like to hear about? Your granddad, your father, or your mother?
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad immigrated to America when he was 21. He walked his way through school, met and married me, and we had your father, Philip.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad supported me and your father with bookkeeping. Oh, I tell you what, though, he hated every minute of it. Didn't really like bookkeeping one bit. Maybe that was why he had the worst luck with jobs. Oh, the nights he'd come home afraid to tell me he lost another. And I'd tell him it didn't matter to me, but he felt ashamed, Gabriel.
Tell me something.
Helson was only 36 when he died. Your father was 8 years old at the time. Your granddad was hit by a streetcar in the business district. It took me nearly a year to believe he was really gone.
I'm sorry, Gran.
Oh, I know you are, dear.
Tell me something.
Did you know that your granddad was a poet? He was. He wrote the most beautiful poetry for me when we were courting. I always thought he should have done something with that gift, but he was such a practical man, didn't believe in chasing after dreams.
Tell me about my father.
Your father was my only child. How we adored him.
Tell me about my father.
Philip suffered from terrible nightmares, just like your granddad did. Oh, they were two peas in a pod.
Tell me.
When Philip met your mother, oh, it was love at first sight. They were married 2 weeks later. Never looked at a girl seriously until then, and he looked at plenty. You have your father's way with women, Gabriel. And your granddad's.
Tell me.
I wanted to just lay down and die when he and your mother were killed in that car crash when you were only 8. It was the thought of taking care of you that kept me going, Gabriel. The police say your father swerved off the road after being frightened by something. Perhaps a deer in the road, or a wildcat.
Tell me.
Your granddad wanted Philip to have a normal life. He was obsessed by that thought. He pushed Philip to go to law school, but Philip was driven to art. He painted almost in a daze. He would get so inside himself when he worked.
Tell me.
He always hated that it was Margaret's money that supported the 3 of you when his painting couldn't. I kept telling him, try something more cheerful, like a landscape or two, but he couldn't do it. His work was just too dark and disturbing for the public, you know.
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother was Margaret Templeton when your father met her. She came from a very wealthy Creole family in New Orleans. She was beautiful and reckless. She was madly in love with your father, of course, but I also think she liked defying her family. Since you're so interested in family history these days, why don't you go by St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 and visit the family tomb? It would be such a sweet gesture.
It's just past the Ross tomb, right? Oh, maybe I will. Tell me about...
Your mother's family refused to give her money after the marriage. All she had left was a modest trust fund from her great aunt, who happened to like Philip. The remainder of your mother's trust fund became yours when she died. That's what you used to open your bookshop.
Tell me...
The Templetons are all gone now. Every last one of them. Oh, they never wanted anything to do with us, of course. What a waste.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
All right, dear.
I'm gonna go up to the attic, Gran.
Be careful of the dust.
It's an old, dusty bicycle tire. The sheet-covered upholstered rocker used to be in Gabriel's nursery. That box of knickknacks has been up here for at least 5 years. An elaborate mechanical clock, probably of German origin, is among the discarded treasures of the attic.
There's a lot of Granddad's old stuff in here. Might be something interesting.
A bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca. Some old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts.
Aren't those called lederhosen?
More of Harrison Knight's German books.
Just what I need. What's this? It's some sort of key.
The key winds the clock's mechanism.
Granddaddy, you old fox.
A secret drawer has opened in the base of the clock. The letter is written in German, but Gabriel determines what he can about it. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter in Rittersburg, West Germany. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed Wilhelm Ritter. One of the reoccurring words strewn throughout the letter is the word Schattenjager. The only other thing that Gabriel can decipher about the letter is a sense of urgency in the handwriting and in the heavy use of a quill tip, bold strokes, and underlining. The back of the photo has the following written on it. Schloss Ritter, 1925.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
That one in the middle is your grandfather. Those other two, I don't know.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
No, dear. I'm afraid I don't speak a word of German.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course, my boy. How can I help?
Do you know anyone named Heinz Ritter?
Heinz Ritter? Oh, Gabriel. Where did you hear that name?
I found a letter in Granddaddy's clock.
Oh, I promised I'd never tell you or your father, but I suppose it doesn't matter now.
Tell me, Gran.
Your granddad's name was Heinz Ritter before he came to America. He changed it to Harrison Knight legally when he arrived.
Why did Granddad change his name?
I don't know. I tried to ask him about his family and his life before America, but he didn't want to talk about it. He never even told me about his name change. I found out one day when I saw his passport in a drawer. Since he obviously found it painful, I never questioned him about it. But I'm sure it wasn't trouble with the law. Your granddad was the best man I ever knew.
Didn't Granddad ever say anything about his past or his family?
Only that his family was crazy and that he never wanted to see them again. He believed in some family curse. Thought that he could spare Philip and Philip's children from what he called old nightmares. Whatever Harrison wanted to spare you, though. Oh, it cost him plenty. He never did sleep well, and he would often get a far-away, guilty look in his eyes. He was wrestling with something he thought he should be doing, someplace he thought he ought to be. I don't know how he could think that he should be anywhere but with me and our child. It's a terrible way to live.
Do you know anyone named Wolfgang Ritter?
Wolfgang Ritter? Oh, no, dear.
Huh. Odd.
As I said, your granddad's surname was originally Ritter.
Have you ever heard of a Schattenjager?
Schattenjager? Schattenjager? Oh, how odd, Gabriel. I haven't heard that word in years. My goodness, you've given me a chill. Your granddad used to say that sometimes in his sleep.
Really? Do you know what it means?
No, I'm afraid not. I asked him about it once. I don't think he answered me. Odd.
Thanks, Gran. Oh, nothing. Never mind.
All right, dear.
Well, Gran, I'd better get going.
Don't take any wooden nickels, boy.
I'm trying, Gran.
A statue of a small child clings to a cross atop the right tomb. DeMarca reads, Merrill Planta right.
These are Gran's folks. I never knew them.
DeMarca reads, Philip Knight.
Daddy. Hey, Daddy. Miss you, Mom.
If Gabriel wants to address his ancestors, he should choose a specific plaque.
How's it going, Granddaddy? Oh, shoot. Huh. Looks like someone left something in that vase. Gran talks a lot about you, Harley. Hi. I'm Rebecca's grandson.
Much as when they were alive, the Wright elders give no response.
Hi. I'm...
Much as when... Inside the broken vase, Gabriel sees a $20 bill.
Looks like it's my lucky day.
Hey, kids!
Bruno, how nice.
Gee, a customer.
Of yours? Hardly.
How's the flower business?
Well, better than the used book business, I see.
Rare books.
That explains why I so rarely see anyone in here. Are you gonna sell me that wonderful painting of yours today?
How much would you give me for it?
Oh, you're serious? You'll let me have it?
Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting.
Yeah, I'll let you have it all right. How much for the painting?
Well, I could give you 100. That's all I can let go at the moment, you know. My affairs are so tied up.
Gabriel, $100 for your father's painting?
Stay out of this, Grace. Fine. It's yours.
Gabriel!
Here's the 100.
You better take good care of this, Bruno. This is not just another of your hip art pieces, you know.
Really? Well, I fully intend to make the most of its display. Though not for your sake, I'm sure. At least in my shop, there'll be a chance of someone actually seeing it. I can't believe I actually got it. Just wait until I show Sid.
I don't believe you.
It's just a painting, Grace. There are things I have to do.
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht.
I'm looking for Wolfgang Ritter.
Ja, einen Moment.
Yeah, is this Gabriel on the phone?
This is Gabriel Knight. Why are you calling me, Mr. Ritter?
I've been having premonitions of great danger for you, Gabriel. You must leave New Orleans this very day.
What in the hell are you talking about?
It is hard to explain on the phone. I have had dreams about you. It took me a long time to have you tracked down. I knew that Heinz had a grandson, but until these dreams started, I did not know if I should contact you.
You say you're related to my grandfather?
Heinz was my brother. There is much about the family that you should know. Come to Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, West Germany. It is our family home. I will tell you everything when you come. You must come immediately. You are in great danger there.
Look, I appreciate the family spirit and all, but frankly, I don't know you from Adam. And I'm not going to fly off to Germany, even if I could afford it.
Gabriel, please. If you won't listen, at least let me send you something. It is a journal from one of your ancestors. Promise me you will read it. You are the last of our line. I'm too old to carry on. You are our last hope. Please, for your family, read the journal.
All right, I'll look at it.
Good. Now be careful and come to me as soon as you can. Goodbye.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
I have $120. You still want to sell that crocodile mask?
That's 120 sure enough. That mask is yours, sir. Here you go. Careful it don't bite you now.
Yeah, thanks.
Now don't you go forgetting your lagniappe. A free bottle of Master Gambling Oil.
The sign said I could get Lady Luck Oil instead.
Well, I was thinking a man as young as you wouldn't be needing that kind of remedying. But, you's having problems with your,
That's all right. Believe me, I don't need it. I'll just stick with this. Thanks anyway.
'Cause it ain't none of my business if you do need it now, huh?
I don't need it.
Oh, of course you don't.
It's a bust of Napoleon. How apropos.
Able was I ere I saw Elba. Could I ask you a few questions?
Sure. I'm not too busy at the moment.
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam and Marcus. They've played there every day for 20 years. Sam, the one with the purple jacket, he's lost every one of those games. It's not that he's a bad player. I've seen him beat guys twice as good as Marcus. But Marcus has Sam so psyched out, he loses his nerve every time.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? Don't believe in it myself. I invented a drink once called Laveau's Tomb, but it wasn't very popular. Some people do believe, though. Even some of our regulars here at Napoleon House. That guy Sam, the chess player, he's really into voodoo. He's always talking about spells and gree-gree and stuff.
Really? Great, thanks. So what has Sam told you about voodoo?
Well, about 50 years ago, Sam was too shy to talk to this pretty girl he was in love with. He went to a voodooienne and had her make him a love charm. It was a little pouch that he had to bury under the girl's front porch. Well, he buried the pouch, and the next day he went up and talked to the girl. And sure enough, she didn't reject him. Now she's his wife, poor guy.
Tell me about the street musicians around here.
I like music as much as the next guy, but they get pretty monotonous sometimes, you know? Like that drummer right outside. They say there's been a drummer outside Napoleon House since the day it opened. Now, I like drums, but this character really gets on my nerves. It sounds like the same thing over and over. I just want to say enough already.
Sounds like my life. Tell me about...
Don't know what else I could say.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
It's all over the papers. Some kind of serial killings.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Greatest city in the world. I'd never want to live anywhere else.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
All I know is it's some kind of voodoo holiday.
Hi, how's it going?
It's been worse.
Business picking up?
Some. Mostly locals, as usual.
You ever get tired of tending bar for a living?
Never thought much about doing anything else.
The weather's pretty crappy out there today.
I wouldn't know. I never get out of here before dark.
This looks like a lively crowd.
Lively crowds are trouble. These guys just sit and drink. That makes me happy.
Tell me about yourself.
A good bartender listens to other people's life stories without telling his own.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt your game, but could I ask you a few questions?
What game? This ain't a game, it's a slaughter.
He's right, you know. So let me die in peace, would you?
Got a second, Sam? It's about your game.
I don't have a game, that's my problem. Don't you touch those chess pieces while I'm gone, bastard.
I ain't never needed to cheat yet, you loser.
Thought you might be interested in this gambling oil.
Let me see that. Master Gambling Oil. What's it for?
Don't you ever wonder why Marcus wins every time?
Whoa, hold it. You really think Marcus uses this stuff?
Would I make something like that up?
Get out of here. Marcus would never use something like this.
Well, if that's what you want to believe. This is a powerful voodoo oil.
Ah, go on. Really?
This voodoo oil could make a nun get lucky.
Really? You think it really works, huh?
I'd stake my reputation as a novelist on it.
And you say Marcus uses this? That explains a lot. Let me see that bottle. This looks authentic.
Oh, it is.
If I could really beat that bastard. Stonewall, give me a Pim's cup, would you?
Coming up, Sam.
How much you think I ought to put in here?
Careful, you don't want to overdo it. Too much luck can be dangerous.
Ha! There's no such thing as too much. Now stand back.
Come on already, I'm ready to checkmate.
We'll see about that, Mr. Smarty Big Mouth. Checkmate! Checkmate, you bastard!
Son of a bitch.
20 years I've been waiting to say that. Checkmate! Checkmate! Checkmate!
You are the biggest butthead, Sam Singleton, that I have ever met.
Checkmate!
You can just put that chessboard where the sun don't shine.
Hallelujah! I did it! Yippee!
Nice game.
Nice game. Hell, I was brilliant. Of course, I gotta give some of the credit to that oil of yours. I've been losing to that guy for 20 years. If you ever need a favor, you come to Sam, you hear?
Will do. Could you do anything with this?
What is this, a clay mold? Well, I am a jeweler, you know. And I owe you one. Would you like me to cast this for you?
If you can.
You got it, pal. Actually, it'll be a pleasure to get my tools out. First time in years. I've been too busy playing that goddamn game. I'll have the bracelet later today. Right now, I feel like I could do anything. Meet me here in a few hours.
Great, thanks.
Knight, hate to tell you this, but you're out of a book. The Voodoo Murders case has been closed.
I had a feeling you were gonna say that. Son of a bitch. I have to tell you, bud, I'm pretty pissed off about this case being closed. You guys are making a big mistake.
Hey, I'm not any happier about it than you are, Knight, but I've got my orders.
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
Look, the department's not interested.
So, couldn't you make them interested?
With what? I got 7 bodies and still no leads. The voodoo angle's worthless, and besides, these people aren't hurting anybody but out-of-town drug dealers and hitmen.
The voodoo stuff is not worthless. It's the key to the whole thing. And these people are dangerous. They need to be stopped.
Okay, you want me to reopen this case? Prove what you just said.
What do you mean?
You need to prove that there's a legitimate voodoo cult in Narland. Prove that they're a threat. Get me a lead on the cult.
How can I convince you?
I already prove that they're a get me a
That's Crash. What the hell is he up to with that drummer? Huh, Crash and the drummer. Interesting. I need to talk to you. Ask you some questions.
No way, man. I'm too sick. Go away.
Come on. I have to know what you know about these voodoo people.
You don't know nothing about nothing, man. You are so far out of it. you wouldn't understand anything. Just like that friend of yours, Mosley. Go away!
I'm not like Mosley. I know more than you think I do. I'll believe you.
Oh, forget it, man. It's not worth my breath.
Sam, my man.
Hey there, it's you. I got that bracelet for you. This piece was a real toughie. For some reason, the metal just wasn't setting. I must be out of practice.
Well, it looks good to me. Thanks, Sam.
No problem. By the way, I'm heading out of town tonight.
Yeah? Where to?
Marcus used to tell me that if I ever beat him at chess, he'd take me around the world. The old bastard has enough money stuffed in his mattress to cover the federal deficit, and he hates spending a penny of it. I'm going to enjoy watching him squirm through every mile.
Sounds like fun. Good luck.
Are you kidding? Luck is my middle name.
Do you recognize this?
Where did you get that?
Why? Do you know something about it?
Know something about it? Look at this.
Crash opens his shirt and reveals a tattoo.
It's the same snake.
It's their sign, man. The mark of the snake. Without it, they'll never let you get close.
The sign of the snake, right. Your tattoo, my bracelet. Now do you believe that I know something about these people?
All right, yeah. You know about them. I guess.
Will you answer some questions for me now?
Okay, I'll talk to you. A little, but make it fast.
I want to know about the voodoo murders.
You're on the right track. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna risk my life by talking about it, man.
Tell me what you know about voodoo.
Look, take some advice. Stay away from this voodoo shit. You don't really want to know, man. Believe me. Do yourself a favor and leave me alone.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm sick. Dying. Eating the big enchilada, man. What the fuck else matters?
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hound fall in New Orleans.
Oh, man. Just shut up about that. Can't you see I'm sick? Are you trying to kill me?
Oh, you look pretty sick. Shouldn't you be in a hospital?
Nah, a hospital wouldn't do nothing. Just leave me alone.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Black voodoo? What the hell is that? Voodoo's voodoo, man.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
Nothing. Just leave me alone.
Do you have any idea what Capri San Call means?
I never heard of that.
I saw you talking to that drummer. What did you tell him?
You saw me with the drummer? Nobody's supposed to see. Oh, shit! I blew it again. Promise you won't say nothing to no one. It'll get back to him. Everything does. Promise me you won't tell anyone you saw me.
Okay, but you have to tell me everything I want to know.
Okay, all right. I was sending a message, man. They have these Rada drummers posted around the quarter. They see everything, and they report.
Report? How?
The drums, man. It's some kind of code.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hound fall in New Orleans.
All right. There's this underground cartel in New Orleans. A voodoo cartel. They control everything that happens on the street. I mean everything that's bought or sold. They have fingers in the legit world too. Banks, foreign stuff, you name it. There's supposed to be this temple. What you said, a hound for. That's their headquarters, man. I heard people say it's underground, somewhere in the Quada. I don't know where though.
Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been in it. I'm nobody, man. A runner. But I saw them once. Out at the lake. They became animals, man. Beasts. I remember the eyes. The eyes.
Hey, are you okay?
The eyes. The eyes of the snake.
I think I should go get a doctor. Hey, are you all right? Someone! I need help!
The eyes. The eyes of the snake. Dambala.
Snake. Crash?
Crash spasms twice more, then dies as Gabriel watches.
Oh my God. Oh, poor bastard. I guess I'd better copy this tattoo.
On Crash's chest is a tattoo of a snake.
That tattoo looks like Kazano's bracelet.
Moving the body is the job of the coroner's office. It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Hello?
It's me. I can't sleep.
Oh, me neither.
Can I...
Yes. Come.
Are you okay, Gabriel?
Sure. Great. Why?
I'm worried about you.
If I were any better, Grace, I'd be dead. Now what's up?
You got another package this morning. Overnight from Germany.
I was expecting that. Where is it?
Well, it kind of came open, but I salvaged the contents. There was a letter from your great-uncle Wolfgang and a journal.
The package just came open, huh? How'd you like the journal?
Someone has to look after you. You're in trouble, in case you didn't know it.
Yeah, you've been reading my horoscope again, haven't you, Grace?
Just read the journal carefully, Gabriel. Please.
I got it. St. George's books. Oh, Professor Hartridge. I'm glad you called. Did you? Oh, you did. You did. But wait, slow down. The Agree. Really? You think that's them? A wheel within a wheel. Ogun Badagree, huh? Well, that does sound like it. Damballa, the snake. That's the wavy pattern at the bottom. Okay. The 1791 slave revolt in Santo Domingo? Well, why would the Veve show up there? Uh-huh. Okay. Look, I'll come over as soon as I can, okay? Relax, Professor. I'm excited too, but you're gonna give yourself a heart attack. Okay, thanks. See ya.
I wish you'd tell me what's going on. I swear you're gonna step into a hole you may never get out of.
Don't look so worried. No one knows what I'm doing. I'm perfectly safe, and I'm getting some great stuff for the book. Besides, there's something about all this. My dreams.
What about your dreams?
Oh, nothing. I'll be careful. I promise. Did you find out anything about that pattern I gave you?
Yeah, I did find something. I checked the microfiche at the public library. I found an article about a murder in 1810. The newspaper published part of a pattern found around the body. It looks damn close.
You're incredible. All that work.
Forget it.
Times dated June 22nd, 1993. Disgusted with the state of the voodoo murder case, Gabriel turns right to his horoscope. The shadow upon you is no longer reversible.
Wonderful.
The newspaper clipping describes a ritualistic murder in Congo Square. It includes a rough sketch of a pattern found around the body. The sketch is very similar to the reconstructed Veve. Wolfgang's letter says,
Dear Gabriel, please read the enclosed journal carefully. It might help you understand your family's special obligations and our current predicament. God be with you. Uncle Wolfgang.
Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as a witch hunter, hired by the townsmen to solve a series of ritualistic murders. He reads about Gunter's meeting with the beautiful slave woman, Tetelo, and of Gunter's tormenting urges for her.
Poor bastard.
He reads of their physical union and passion, and of Gunter's investigation into the murders. The victims were all crew members on a certain slaving expedition to Africa, it seems. The second to the last entry describes Gunter's plan to set a trap for the coven committing the murders. He'd found a name on one of the surviving members of the crew, a man now living in the West Indies. Gunter has spread a false rumor that the man is returning to Charleston. He himself will impersonate a sailor and allow himself to fall into the hands of the coven. Naturally, Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistants to follow and attack the coven before they can do him harm.
Ballsy son of a bitch, wasn't he?
Gabriel turns to the final entry of the journal.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Have you ever heard of a Schattenjager?
No. Is that a voodoo word?
I don't think so. It's German.
No, sorry. I don't speak German.
How do you feel about New Orleans these days?
I'd rather be anywhere else in the world right now.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure, what?
Could you research Rada drums for me?
Rada drums? Sure. I don't think we have any books on that topic in the shop, but I'll contact our suppliers. Assuming any of them will extend you any credit.
Tell them it's an emergency.
Uh-huh. I can see where a Rada drum book would be incredibly urgent. Anything else?
I can't think of anything. Hey, Hartridge, what's the good word? Hartridge? Ah! Oh, God, not again. He's looked better. I'm not touching that body. There must be something here about what Hartridge found out about that Veve. Damn, this is his notepad, but the top sheet's been taken. Hartridge's notes. This must be about the Veve. Thank God Hartridge was a doodler.
Before leaving the university, Gabriel notifies campus security about Hartridge's body.
Welcome, Seeker. You must be the one Dr. John called me about.
I guess so. My name is...
Wait! Gabriel Knight.
You're too quick for me.
Actually, Dr. John told me. You have come to the right place, Mr. Knight. Tell me how I can help.
The mask is made of carved wood and looks African. A large, sluggish snake rests on the floor of the fancy bird cage. Apparently, Magenta is not a fastidious housekeeper. A shed skin shares the cage with its original owner. Magenta Moonbeam is wrapped in gauze and silks. She looks vaguely mysterious and mysteriously vague.
She's really not my type. Could I ask you a few questions?
Of course, Seeker.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
My practice is mainly selling charms and potions with magic power, such as gree-gree and voodoo oils. You know, everything from unrequited love to wandering spouses to winning a lawsuit. But my spells and charms are powerful, and they work.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Much of a voodooien's work is protecting her clients from the spells of others. I mix special protective gree-gree to be worn in secret. They keep evil spells from working against my clients.
What can you...
The recipes for voodoo charms have been handed down from master to apprentice for centuries.
What?
I have told you all it is proper for you to know, Mr. Knight.
Do you know anything about Veves?
I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Oh, yes. She was the first of the great voodoo queens.
Give me an example of Gree-Gree.
All right, here's an old one. Take a lodestone and some brimstone to a crossroads at midnight. Light the brimstone with a match. A spirit will come and give you advice in gambling.
Give me an example.
Here's an old hoodoo doctor, Gree-Gree. Place a dime under your client's tongue. If the client is under a spell of any kind, the dime will turn black.
Give me...
To send someone away, take a rotten egg and write that person's name on it 9 times. You can also write on it where you want to send that person to. Take it and throw it against his door at midnight.
Give me an...
Here's a nasty one. To kill someone, get a sock or shoe that belongs to that person. Put graveyard dirt in it and bury it under their front steps.
Does that work?
I don't know. I never tried it.
Give me an...
To ensure the safety of your child, cut a lock of its hair while it is still a baby and keep it with you. The child must have all its hair before it can die.
These are interesting.
They're very old. The Gree-Gree that I prepare is much more powerful, I can assure you. But I don't give out those secrets.
Does Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
I don't know.
Have you ever heard...
I don't know.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve. It is the greatest night of the voodoo year. There is always a traditional conclave on St. John's Eve. Most of our voodoo churches these days hold functions in the church hall. But in the old days, they had ceremonies out in the wild. They wore animal masks and had a huge bonfire and dancing. I used to go when I was an apprentice. Sometimes in the swamp, you know, Bayou St. John. Sometimes at the lake, Lake Pontchartrain.
Tell me about the animal masks.
I saw them used once or twice when I was younger, but you don't see them much anymore. They're too close.
Too close to what?
Just bad karma.
Tell me about yourself.
Yes? What would you like to hear?
How many voodooians are there?
No one knows exactly. Many practice in secret. There are probably hundreds. But of course, the level and the power of the voodooians differ greatly, depending on their training and natural gifts.
How did you get into this business?
I trained in the voodoo arts for many years with the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Who's she?
You have never heard of her? For shame! I can see you know little of the world of magic.
I'm beginning to get that impression, yes. What kind of people come to see you?
Seekers after the truth, such as yourself.
Do you do anything else?
I'm a voodooian. That is plenty. It takes much spiritual effort.
Tell me anything at all.
I haven't always lived in Nolens. I came here from Kansas as a young woman.
Tell me anything at all.
I began studying voodoo more than 20 years ago. I'm well versed in the magical arts.
Tell me anything at all.
Many non-believers come to me. They are usually believers when they leave.
Tell me anything at all.
Dr. John sends me many seekers such as yourself.
Tell me anything at all.
I am happy here with my clientele and my snake.
I can't think of it.
Very well.
Dr. John tells me you're a voodoo practitioner of some kind.
Yes, I'm a voodooian, a voodoo priestess.
Nice place you've got here.
Thank you. For me, it's a sort of temple.
I can see that. Do you get many people in here on an average day?
Some days, the need for my power is greater than others. But I have many regular clients who would be lost without my vision, Mr. Knight.
I can imagine. That's a great-looking mask on the wall.
It's from Africa. A gift to me from Queen Tabitha.
Do you know Dr. John well?
Oh, yes. We are old friends. Those with gifts are often drawn together.
So let's say I came to you wanting to attract a woman. What would you advise?
I wouldn't think you have any trouble attracting women, Mr. Knight.
No, I guess I don't. So what advice do you give your clients?
I tell them to follow the light, be aware of the darkness, and always get expert spiritual advice from someone with the sight.
That's what I thought you'd say. What can you tell me about New Orleans?
New Orleans is the center of voodoo practice in the United States.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
It is a fascinating city with many dark secrets.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
It is my favorite place in the world.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? You mean like my beloved Grimwald? She's a python, you know, quite deadly in the wrong hands. I was trained by one of the great voodoo queens to learn how to hypnotize and handle snakes.
About Grimwald.
What about her?
Where did you get Grimwald?
She belonged to a traveling reptile show. She was being terribly mistreated, so I offered to buy her. She's named after a spirit guide I had once. The spirit Grimwald was a very powerful female snake priestess in Egyptian times.
Grimwald doesn't sound Egyptian.
I only know what the spirits tell me, monsieur. I am sure they know better than we.
How about showing me how you handle Grimwald?
Really? You would like to see me dance, perhaps?
That would be swell.
No matter what you see, do not be frightened.
I'll give it my best shot.
Gabriel grabs the shed snake skin while Magenta is otherwise occupied.
There. Truly inspiring, isn't it?
That's certainly one word for it.
Gabriel magnifies the shed skin. The snake scales are hued brown. They don't match the scales from Lake Pontchartrain. Gabriel magnifies the shed skin from a gentle moonbeam snake. The snake's scales are hued brown.
Do these symbols mean anything to you?
Ah, the voodoo code. It is very secret, yes. I studied it with my mentor, the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Great. Can you tell me what it says?
I'm afraid I could never translate this code for an outsider such as yourself, Monsieur Knight.
Are you sure you can't translate this for me?
As I said, it's a very secret code.
Surely you can see I'm trying to learn as much as I can here. How am I supposed to become an insider if you won't help me?
That's true, I suppose. Perhaps if the Loa were to grant you their approval.
How do I get that?
By using my Ask the Loa machine.
A machine?
Yes. A spirit guided me to it years ago in an antique store. And its guidance has never faltered. I trust it implicitly.
I see.
The spirits often work in mysterious ways, Mr. Knight. If you aren't willing to ask.
No, I'll ask. Let's see here.
Well done, Mr. Knight. You have earned the Loa's approval.
Truly, it's an honor. Now, about that code.
Let me see. Well, some of it is nonsense, I'm afraid. Whoever wrote this wasn't very good.
That's all right. Just tell me what it says.
It starts with a D and J. Then, okay, this part makes sense. It says, Conclave tonight, bring... Well, then there's more nonsense. F-W-E-T-K-A-S-H. The last bit might mean cash. Fresh cash? Doesn't make much sense.
That's okay. Thanks. D-J... Conclave... K-A-S-H. It's a start.
I'm happy I could help.
Well, I guess I'll be going now.
As you wish. Peace and harmony be yours.
Right. Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello? Uh-oh. I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again? Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello? Uh-oh. You bastard!
Good day, Mr. Knight.
That thing just tried to kill me.
He did. I am sorry. The museum is closed today, you see. We were not expecting visitors. But if you will excuse me, Mr. Knight, I must go look for him. He is incredibly valuable.
You don't need to ask twice. I'm out of here. By the way, you might want to lock your door the next time you're closed.
Not a bad idea. Goodbye, Mr. Knight.
What happened to you?
Who, me? Nothing. Why?
You're kind of a pale green color. Come here.
Pale green, you say? Charming.
What's that on your face?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
Looks like a sparkly or something. Got it.
I love it when you pick stuff off my face, Grace.
Well, excuse me.
There's a snake scale in the ashtray. Gabriel finds a snake scale in the ashtray. It's a souvenir from the museum's python. Gabriel magnifies the snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python. It's a snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python. He places the two scales together. The two iridescent scales are a perfect match. Three nearly identical little girls are playing jump rope outside the station. There's something a little off about them. Gabriel's double Dutch skills leave something to be desired.
Of all the things I could go to jail for, that is not going to be one of them. Hey, mostly.
Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up.
I have these two snake scales. One's from the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. The other's from a snake in the Voodoo Museum on Ursulines and Charters.
Is this common? Do they all look alike?
Not at all. They're both constrictor scales and the coloring is the same. A python's coloring is quite individualistic.
A python?
That's right. Hardly an indigenous snake to Louisiana. Somehow, some way, the Voodoo Museum's python was at the scene of the Lake Pontchartrain murder.
Well, I'd call that a lead, all right. It definitely suggests certain lines of inquiry at the museum. Not bad work, Knight. Whether or not the museum's involved with a legitimate voodoo cult, though, is another matter. These guys may just be faking it, too.
I have this. Take a look at these notes. They're from Professor Hartridge at Tulane University.
Yeah? What about them?
They confirm that the pattern for the murders is of African origin.
This is interesting if it's true. But how do you know he had the right pattern?
You know those marks you found around the murder victims? This is a reconstruction of the whole pattern.
What makes you think this is an accurate reconstruction?
Well, I borrowed the partial patterns from your police file and did my own tracing of the pattern at Lake Pontchartrain. An architectural artist reconstructed it for me from the partials.
Really? So this is the whole pattern, huh? That's pretty good work, Knight. So that's what Hartridge used, huh? I guess his analysis is on target then. Okay, the murders were committed by a legitimate voodoo cult. You proved your point.
This is a newspaper clipping about a murder committed in 1810. That murder is an exact match of the voodoo murders, right down to the marks around the bodies.
This does sound like the same MO. 1810.
1810. They killed then, they're killing now. Isn't that proof that they're likely to kill again? Or that they are a threat?
Okay, they're a threat. Okay, I'll reopen the case. I hate to admit it, but you've done some pretty good detective work here, Knight.
Well, you know what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Well, point taken. Glad I could inspire you. I'll check around the department, but I have a feeling I'm on my own. I'll be in touch. Meanwhile, you stay out of trouble. I mean it.
I'll try. Thanks, bud.
Now lay low and let me handle this.
Yeah, fine.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
What is it? What's wrong?
Gabriel!
I see it, Grace. Hold on. There's no one in the shop, and I know there's no one in the back. It's okay.
Okay? Gabriel, that thing is still barely alive. How could someone do this?
With a knife, maybe?
Oh, God, don't even start. We should call the police.
No, I'll take care of it.
Gabriel!
I said I'll take care of it. Why don't you go get some coffee? I'll have it all cleaned up before you get back.
They know where you live now.
Shh, it's gonna be fine. Now go on. Are you sure you don't want to go home? I could close the shop today.
No, I'd rather keep busy. I'll be fine. At least that creepy guy is gone. Not that they aren't still watching. Anyway, speaking of keeping busy, we got that book you ordered in this morning. The one on Rada drums.
Really? Great.
Gabriel!
I see it. Stay back.
Special delivery, it seems. Gabriel opens the envelope and finds a note from Mosley in a small brass key. Mosley's note says,
Gabe, I have to go underground with this thing. It runs wide and deep throughout the department and the city board. I'm already being watched. It was suggested that I take vacation time, so I am, at least as far as they know. Try to keep out of this. It's too hot for a rookie. Just in case, I'm sending you my office key. You might find some useful things there. P.S. I think this note will look great in the book, don't you? Make sure you save it.
The note is signed by Mosley. The book contains several pages of Rada drum codes. Grace actually managed to find a book under Rada drum code.
I knew you'd miss me, so I came back.
Really? I forgot you were gone.
Times dated June 23rd, 1993. Gabriel finds an article about St. John's Eve. It discusses the day's Catholic roots and its adoption by voodoo devotees. In the early to mid-1800s, St. John's Eve was celebrated with elaborate voodoo gatherings at Lake Pontchartrain, Bayou St. John, and other sites outside the city. These days, the day is commemorated commercially in some of the local shops, and a few churches still hold a St. John's Eve Mass. Despite his better judgment, Gabriel reads his horoscope. Today you will either die, or your life will change forever.
Sure, why not? It is St. John's Eve. They'll be out tonight for sure. But where? I'm going out for a bit.
Be careful.
You're back. You know, you really freaked me out running off like that. Anybody home?
Stay away from Malia Gede, or you shall pay with your life.
What the hell is going on?
Gabriel listens carefully to the drum and opens his Rada book to translate. If Gabriel's translation of the drum code is correct...
There'll be a conclave tonight in the swamp. That must be the bayou.
An abandoned car sits in front of the police station. One tire removed.
Oh, God. That's awful. It might come in handy. That dead bird doesn't look like an accident. A warning? Not a chance in hell.
You got no business back there now. Move along.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
We don't have a Detective Mosley here.
What? I've seen him here all week.
Listen to what I'm saying. We don't have a Detective Mosley on the force.
It's stuck. I need a tool of some kind. All right, I'm going in. This tracker might come in handy. What the hell was that? Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
Do you know of anything interesting going on this evening?
You mean St. John's Eve? Mr. Knight, I know of nothing that you would find amusing.
Could I ask you some more questions?
No.
Could I ask you some more questions?
No.
The voodoo shrine is filled with items that both fascinate Gabriel and also make his skin crawl. Gabriel slips the signal device into the Seke Madeleine.
Can I assist you, Mr. Knight?
No, just looking.
Now if only they take the coffin to the ritual.
Let me get these new marks down. I should check this against the code Madame Moonbeam translated for me. Maybe I can figure out what this new message says.
Gabriel checks the two messages for duplicate symbols and transfers the letters from the matches to the new message. He finds that he has the translation for all of the symbols except for 3.
Does this mean anything to you?
It's a piece of brick. You can find them all over the cemetery.
I think I'll leave a message of my own.
Pleased with his message, Gabriel tosses the brick down. Now if only DJ reads it in time.
Hey, Grace, here I am.
Whew, boy, party time.
Will you do me a favor?
What?
Use your paints to copy this snake tattoo onto my chest.
Now, why on earth would you want me to do that?
I'm going to a party tonight. Costume, you know.
You don't say. I guess you're going with Malia.
Yeah. That's right.
And why should I help you out when I don't even like Malia?
Well, if you're jealous about my feelings for her...
You know that's not it. I just think, as your friend, that she's trouble.
It's perfectly understandable. I know that you have certain feelings for me, quite naturally.
Me? I would rather be hung by my hair over a bed of scorpions.
I know it must be hard having it in your face like this. No chance to avoid hearing about it, seeing it day by day.
Fine, I'll do it. Just shut up. Can we at least go in the back?
Sure, but could you say that one more time and pout your lips more?
Ugh.
What'd I say?
All right, let's go. The shirt, please.
You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment.
Now. Hold still.
Maybe you'd like to tie me up.
One more remark and I'm leaving.
Okay, okay.
Done. It's just stunning.
Sorry I couldn't make it last longer.
Well, it was about what I expected from you.
Gabriel pulls out a tracking device, hoping that the Sakei Madeleine made it to the ritual and that this thing will work.
All right, there's a blip. They must be here with the Second Madule. Damn Mosley and his infernal machine. This better be working.
The entrance to the clearing is marked with voodoo skulls. At last.
You. What are you doing here?
I was just taking a walk and,
No excuses this time, my friend.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again? When in Rome. Here goes nothing.
Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join the other celebrants.
Yes, Dr. John, Brother Eagle.
But first, name the great serpent who crushes all in his coils.
Matrice Erzuli.
You shall pay for this violation.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again? When in Rome. Here goes nothing.
Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join the other celebrants.
Yes, Dr. John, Brother Eagle.
But first, name the great serpent who crushes all in his coils.
Damballa.
You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Who is the destroyer of men?
Ogun Badagri.
You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Enjoy yourself well tonight.
Gabriel!
Malia?
I know you now. I can smell his blood in your veins.
No!
You cannot change your destiny or ours.
No!
I will find you. I will destroy you.
No!
Where is your necklace now, witch hunter? Where are your pretty, pretty gems?
Gabriel! Gabriel, wake up!
Ow, my head.
Oh, it's about time. I've been trying to wake you up for hours. There's no time to lose.
I had another dream.
It wasn't a dream, believe me. Now come on, get dressed.
Wait a minute. I'm starting to remember. Something about Malia.
She's the head priestess of the Voodoo Cartel. They're responsible for the murders. They've been doing it for years.
Malia? Last night. She was the leopard. Like in my dreams, Grace.
I know, those dreams were a warning. Now come on, get dressed.
But last night, Malia changed. She became something else. And then I blacked out, I think. How did I get home?
I followed you last night. I knew you were gonna try to sneak into a ceremony. Lucky for you that I did. If you'd been left at that circle last night, I don't know what she would have done to you.
You're wrong. Malia wouldn't hurt me.
What about Tetelo?
Tetelo. They were chanting that last night. That's the name from Gunther's journal, the woman who took the talisman.
Yes, Gabriel, it's your destiny you're facing. You can't just blunder your way through this or you'll end up dead. You have to call your great-uncle in Germany. He knows more about this than we do.
Okay, I'll call him. But Malia isn't responsible for those things, Grace. It's that spirit, that Loa. It's Tetelo.
Yeah, possession is convenient that way. Call Wolfgang, Gabriel. I'll be in the shop.
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht.
This is Gabriel Knight. Can I speak to Wolfgang, please?
Ja, Herr Knight. Einen Moment bitte.
Gabriel, it's so good to hear your voice. I had such a dream last night.
There's a good reason for that, Uncle Wolfgang. We need to talk.
Gabriel fills in Wolfgang on the events of the previous evening.
It's even worse than I thought.
We have to talk about what I should do. What can you tell me about voodoo?
My library contains many books on the occult and religions, and I have read about some particularly evil voodoo cults. But you, at this point, have more direct experience than I.
What can you tell me?
It sounds as though you have learned much during your investigation in New Orleans. Perhaps you will fill me in when we have a chance to sit down and talk.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I only know what you have told me. They seem to be very similar to the killings in Gunther's journal.
What can you tell me about Schattenjagers?
Of course, I sometimes forget how little you know of the family, Gabriel. I never understood how Heinz could allow his sons to remain ignorant. But now is not the time for that discussion. Schattenjager is really two words in English, Gabriel. Schatten means shadow, and Jäger means hunter.
Shadow hunter?
Yes, shadow hunter. We Ritters have been Schattenjägers for many centuries. No one is sure when it began or how, but we have records of ancestors as early as the 13th century fulfilling this role. Some believe that the role was given us when... but such fantasies cannot be of use to you at the moment, Gabriel. Most people are completely blind to the fact that evil does exist. Shadows of darkness, spirits, vampires, witches, demons, these things are real. It is to their advantage that the world has become so scientific, so cynical. But we know they exist, Gabriel, and we hunt them.
How do we hunt them? And why?
Why? Because it is our duty. As for how, that is something you will have to learn. but it's not easily explained over the phone.
Tell me about yourself.
I hope there will be time for that later, Gabriel, after this is all over. For now, we must deal with the matter at hand.
Tell me about Tetelo.
Well, from your description of the ritual last night, I'd say that Gunther's mistress, Tetelo, is now the primary Loa for the Getty tribe. It seems she still controls them by possessing her female descendants and speaking through them. You remember in Gunther's journal he said that Tetelo was possessed by her father's Loa during the killings in Charleston. This sounds similar, but Tetelo has obviously become a much more powerful Loa than her father ever was. Probably because of the added power of the talisman.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Tetelo?
I believe she truly loved Gunther. After all, she was raised to be her father's daughter. The religion was not a choice she made, but a duty she endured. How can she be blamed for that? The spirit that she has become, that is a different matter. It is utterly evil. I am certain that the Loa Tetelo bears little resemblance to the woman she was before the burning in Charleston. She was once a beautiful and intelligent woman, and she probably did not deserve Gunther's betrayal. But the Tetelo we fight now is more akin to her tribe's dark gods than to anything human in nature.
Let's talk about the talisman.
I myself have only seen it in old sketches and paintings, and in my dreams. It was in the family for centuries before Tetelo took it. It is believed to be as old as the role of Schattenjager itself. The talisman has genuine power. I don't know how or why, but it is so. The Schattenjager swore to use the power for good, never for evil, for defense, not offense. We've been searching for the talisman for years. It's a terrible thing to know that something powerful that was entrusted to us is in the wrong hands. With the talisman, Tetelo has all the power and we none. The only possible way to fight her is to regain the talisman. Then we will at least be on more equal footing.
How can we regain the talisman?
The talisman is probably buried with Tetelo's remains. That's what gives her Loa so much power. To find the talisman, we must find her remains.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the talisman?
The most important thing about the talisman is that it be once again in the hands of the Schattenjagers.
How would we find Tetelo's remains?
We have pondered that question a long time, we Ritters. There are two probabilities. The first is that her remains are with the tribe in New Orleans. The other is that the remains were returned to a sacred place near the tribe's original homeland. We've tried to locate Tetelo's African homeland, but Gunther says so little in his journal about her tribe, and slaving records are practically non-existent. As for the other idea, we had no clue that Tetelo's people were in New Orleans until now.
How would we find Tetelo's remains?
We must locate the tribe's original African homeland. Her remains might be there, or they might be in New Orleans, buried among her descendants.
Let's discuss the possible African homeland.
All right. Have you learned anything that might help us locate it?
I spoke with Professor Hartridge. Unfortunately for him, he thinks the tribe's name was Agree, and that they live near the Fawn tribe in what's now called the People's Republic of Benin.
This is incredible, Gabriel. I must go research this new information in my library right now.
Wait, what should I do?
Stay low. If you get a chance, you might look into the possibility that Tetelo's remains are somewhere in New Orleans. But don't try to broach their private areas without my assistance, Gabriel. You will make a fine Schattenjager, but only if you are not dead.
Sure. I'll wait.
Goodbye then, Gabriel. And remember, if you need a place of safety, come to Schloss Ritter.
I might need a flashlight. Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Grace, about last night.
I've already said everything I have to say about that.
Are you okay?
I'd be peachy if you'd give up all this voodoo crap, Gabriel.
I'm sorry I got you involved in this, Grace.
Don't worry about me, just get yourself out of this mess.
Got any ideas, Grace?
Yeah, get out of town.
You're so helpful. What do you know of?
I know you shouldn't be messing with it, and I know you will anyway.
Times dated June 24th, 1993. There's nothing about the voodoo murder case in the paper today. Gabriel finds a humorous tidbit under the Life is Stranger Than Fiction column. Apparently, there were reports of ghosts in the Bayou St. John last night. Various people called the newspaper with stories about hearing strange noises and seeing weird lights over the swamp. Some folks claim it's a ghost of Marie Laveau. The paper relates it to similar delusions that crop up every Halloween. Gabriel knows better. Gabriel's horoscope today reads, "Wise is the warrior who knows when to fight and when to get the hell out of Dodge."
God help me, I'm actually starting to listen to this guy.
There's a small marble plate near the tomb doors. The plate is up. Beneath the plate is a button. Gabriel hears the faint sound of breaking glass.
Damn, you'd think there'd be a light.
There's broken glass on the floor. Someone's broken the light in here. No wonder it's so dark. The plaque on the drawer has an etching of the Veve on it, but no name. The plaque on the drawer has a name etched on it, Casilla Getty. The plaque on the drawer has a name etched on it, Celeste Getty. The drawer is locked. This wall is covered with decorated skulls, an ossuary shrine to some of the Getty ancestors.
Ugh, I hope no one ever builds me a shrine like that. I think I know what happened to the men in the family now. Huh. Some of these look loose. Hey, one of the drawers popped open. Mosley! Shit! I dropped my flashlight. Huh? Ouch. Oh, my head. What the hell was that? Mosley's body is gone.
Gabriel opens the wallet and finds some ID belonging to Mosley and an American's repressed card. Gabriel has a feeling it wouldn't be wise to screw around unduly in this tomb.
Where have you been? I was worried about you.
For good reason, apparently.
What happened? Do you need a doctor?
Nothing you want to know about, and no, just some aspirin.
Gabriel, this is nuts. You have to get out of New Orleans.
No kidding.
Well, listen, Wolfgang called while you were out. He said, and I quote, "Tell Gabriel that I found what I was looking for. It's time for me to do my duty. Schloss Ritter is his now. Now call me crazy, but I don't think that's good news."
Not for Uncle Wolfie, no.
What are you gonna do?
If I figure it out, I'll let you know. I have a number for a travel agent on that phone book page if I need to call them.
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht.
Let me speak to Uncle Wolfgang, please.
Ah, Herr Knight. He cannot come to speak here.
What do you mean?
I cannot get him. Sorry. Goodbye.
But...
Hello, See the World Travel Agency. How may I help you?
How much for a trip to Rittersberg, Germany?
Rittersberg, Germany. Hold on, let me look that up. I can fly you into Munich. That's the closest airport to Rittersberg. You can rent a car from there or take the train. Let's see, the best price I can see for the flight is $1,400. What would you like to do?
Charge it to my Americans repressed.
Yes, sir. And your name was?
Mosley.
Feeling a little guilty, Gabriel gives the travel agent Mosley's card number and is informed that he can pick up his tickets at the Nolens International Airport.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Guess what? I'm going to Germany.
Really? That's great. But how on earth can you afford...
A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do.
Oh my God. I wouldn't like the sound of that even if you were a man.
I'll miss you too, Grace. Goodbye, Gracie.
Good luck. Let me know what's going on, will you?
Of course. Are you gonna be okay here by yourself?
I'll be fine. Just fix this, okay?
I'm trying, Gracie.
Gabriel picks up his tickets at the airport and boards a plane for Munich.
Wolfgang?
Hello, my name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Herr Knight! Oh, kommen Sie bitte herein. I mean, come in, please, Herr Knight. I was not expecting you. Has Wolfgang sent you here?
Uncle Wolfgang? No, I came to see him. Isn't he here?
No, he is gone. I'm sorry. You came all this way.
No, great. That's all I need.
Herr Knight, Wolfgang told me all about you and gave me instructions for you to feel welcome here. Please, this is your home. You are a Ritter, no? I'm just doing some work. I will continue and you may make yourself comfortable. If there's anything you need, please ask me. You may use Wolfgang's bedroom. It is at the top of the stairs.
Thank you, miss.
You may call me Gerde, Herr Knight.
It's a lion's head, carved in stone. There's a dragon's head on the wall. A few tapestries hang on the wall. Gabriel isn't sure if they mean something or if they're just good insulation. Gabriel is sure he'll end up getting some of those for a meal sooner or later. Gerda is fresh-faced and quite attractive.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Tell me about Wolfgang.
What would you like to know?
Where do you think Wolfgang went?
I don't know, but I have a feeling he has gone off to be Schattenjager again. He is too old for such chasing around. His heart is very weak. He has not left this castle for 5 years, and now this?
Do you know when he'll be back?
I only pray he will be back. Before he left, he said Schloss Ritter now belongs to Gabriel. It worried me so to hear him say that. I'm afraid Wolfgang knew he would never return.
What's Wolfgang like?
Wolfgang is a truly wise and good man, the best I have ever known. But his life has been so full of disappointments.
What kind of disappointments?
His only son died in infancy, so there was no one to carry on the family line. And the family's financial troubles have been hard on him. Wolfgang wanted to do so much for the world, but it was all he could do to just hold on to Schloss Ritter. He has not left his mark as he wished to.
What is your relationship with Wolfgang?
Herr Knight, my relationship with your uncle is really none of your business.
You're right, Goethe. I apologize. Forget I asked. Can you show me Wolfgang's library?
How do you know about his library?
When we talked on the phone, he said he was going to do some research in his library. I thought maybe if I saw what he was researching.
Ah, yeah, a good idea, Herr Knight. But I'm afraid I cannot show you the library. You see, I have never been in it. Only a Schattenjäger can enter the library.
I see. Just tell me anything.
Wolfgang has dedicated his entire life to the role of Schattenjäger.
Just tell me anything.
He's not had a very happy life, but I've done my best to provide him with a little comfort. He thought he was the last of the Ritter line until he found out about you. He knows the history of the Ritter family from many centuries past. He is a good man, a strong man. I am fond of him.
Oh, nothing.
As you like, Herr Knight.
Tell me something about Schloss Ritter.
Schloss Ritter has stood for many centuries. No one knows how long. It was once the pride of Bavaria, but now it is in disrepair. Wolfgang received offers to open the castle for tourists. He has resisted though, even though the castle is in desperate need of repairs. To him, this ground is sacred.
Tell me something.
The castle has many, many rooms and passages, Herr Knight. Most have been closed off and are decaying in the dark and damp. Only a few rooms have been kept up due to the cost.
Didn't Wolfgang mention a library?
There's a library, but I've never been in it. There are places in the castle where only the master is allowed to go.
Tell me something.
Schloss Ritter is the center from which the Schattenjäger have always gone out to battle the forces of evil.
Tell me something about the Ritter family.
I can tell you what they say in the village, what I heard when I was small. To the villagers, the Ritters are a little, how do you say, tragic, to be pitied. They say that the Ritters were chosen by God to fight evil. But something happened. One of them was cursed, and so the Ritters lost the way. They struggle still, but like a lame dog, you see, without the power or magic they once had.
Tell me something.
There are legends of how powerful the family once was, of some of their mighty deeds, of the richness of the castle and, in turn, Rittersberg itself. But at the end of the 17th century, that all changed. Since then, the Ritters and Rittersberg have been in decline.
Tell me what you know about Schattenjägers.
As Wolfgang may have told you, Schattenjäger means shadow hunter. The Ritter family have always been Schattenjäger. It is a kind of priesthood, though not as restrictive as most.
Tell me what you...
Each Schattenjäger passes on his knowledge to a younger man in the Ritter line when the time is right.
Tell me...
I am sure Wolfgang meant for you to take his place someday as Schattenjäger.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Wolfgang is the only one who would know about that.
Tell me something about yourself.
I was born in Rittersberg, the village below the castle. I am not well traveled, but Wolfgang has been kind and has tutored me in many subjects. It was from him I learned to speak English. He must have sensed you were coming, Herr Knight, and that you would have need of me. I am very devoted to my position here with Wolfgang. I love Rittersberg. No place on earth could be as beautiful.
So, what do you do when you're not puttering around the castle?
Every day, I go to Rittersberg to do the daily shopping and visit my friends.
Have you worked here long?
For the past 4 years.
What's it like in Rittersberg?
It is very peaceful and quiet. I'm sure you will find it like a vacation, yeah?
Somehow I doubt this is going to be a vacation. This place is so quiet. Doesn't that bother you at all?
I love it here in Schloss Ritter. Even the silence feels like home to me.
A magnificent stained glass window depicts the legendary battle between St. George and the dragon.
I named my shop after you. You've always fascinated me. I just never knew why until now.
Tree panels hang from each side of the chapel. Gabriel can't determine what their purpose might be. Tree panels hang from... Perhaps it's an illusion caused by the colored light from the window. But this chapel gives Gabriel a sense of something truly mystical.
Can I ask you,
Yeah, of course.
what can you tell me about those wall panels in the chapel?
The hangings. They describe the Schattenjager initiation ceremony.
Tell me about the Schattenjager initiation ceremony.
Each young man of the Ritter line must go through the ceremony when he dedicates himself to be a Schattenjäger.
But what does this ceremony do?
I do not know, Herr Knight. The only people present are the old Schattenjäger and the new. But I think it must be similar to a priest's ordination or a wedding, a ceremony of intent and oath.
Ooh, ugh.
Is there a problem, Herr Knight?
You said wedding. I'm okay now.
The third panel shows a chalice. The first panel shows hands and water. The second panel shows hair and a knife. The third panel shows a chalice on a table with ocean waves in the background. The sixth panel The fourth panel shows a knife and a few drops of blood. The fifth panel shows someone kneeling. The sixth panel shows a scroll. A few ancient weapons adorn the hall.
This shadow hunter stuff is serious.
A large handcrafted dagger hangs on the wall. It looks quite old, but it's been polished to a high shine.
Is that a shaker of salt?
Yeah, salt.
Mind if I take it?
No.
Thanks.
The portal says, Nor der Rheins darf passieren. Diesen Herz ist rein wie Glas. Diesen Seele rein wie Feuer. Schreitet heuer durchs Portal. Thinking of the first chapel panel, Gabriel washes his hands in the water.
This scroll looks interesting. St. George, patron of the light, who hunts the shadows of the night. Upon my blood I call thee now. Purify me, for I avow to set my feet upon thy road. Thy sword I take up for mine own.
Gabriel takes the scissors. Thinking of the second chapel panel, Gabriel cuts his hair.
I hate this. There. That's plenty.
Gabriel takes the chamber pot.
Can I ask you if
Yeah, of course.
there are some words over the locked door in Wolfgang's bedroom? What do they mean?
Ah, yes. Wolfgang had me translated as part of my English lessons. In English it means, only the purest here may pass. He whose heart is pure as glass. He whose soul is pure as fire. Through this portal passes higher.
Great, thanks.
Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel puts the chamber pot on the altar. Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel pours the contents of the salt shaker into the chamber pot. Thinking of the fourth panel, Gabriel holds his arm over the chamber pot and nicks it with the dagger.
Oh, oops. Nearly hit an artery.
Thinking of the fifth panel, Gabriel kneels at the altar. Thinking of the sixth panel, Gabriel reads the scroll.
Saint George, patron of the light, who hunts the shadows of the night. Upon my blood I call thee now. Purify me, for I avow to set my feet upon thy road. Thy sword I take up for mine own. It worked. Something's happening.
Oh, excuse me. I was just vacuuming. I did not know you were in here.
No, that's all right. I've done about all I can do in here anyway. I give up.
You look tired tonight. Why don't you go to bed?
Sure, why not?
I will clean everything up. You need not worry.
I can't believe I cut my hair for nothing.
Your soul smells, Gabriel Knight. You seek to be Schattenjager?
I do.
You must first burn away the past. How much sin do you have to burn? You have used people all your life, never committing to anything. Turn back now, and I will forget that you asked for this.
No!
There are only two things that redeem you. First, that you have ritter blood in your veins. Second, that 3 women have loved you purely. You asked to start on the path, so you shall. But you will not be a Schattenjager until you have earned it.
How?
I cannot show you the path, but I can tell you that you will have to let go of the greater part of yourself, Gabriel Knight.
No problem.
Yes, now you ask for purification. You shall have it.
Oh no! What a night. I'm sore all over. I don't believe it. It's the key from my dream. It fits.
There are books on sociology in this part of the library. These shelves contain books on archaeology. These shelves contain books and documents about the Ritter family. Journals, diaries, record books, deeds. Something to peruse extensively when Gabriel has more time. It moves. Gabriel slides the last tile into place, revealing a compelling coat of arms image of a lion and a snake that looks familiar somehow. With the shield's image in the proper order, the wall opens to reveal a hidden room. Behind the wall is a shrine to Schattenjager's past, their weapons, trophies, and legacy.
A Schattenjager trophy room. Fucking awesome.
Gabriel pulls out a book entitled People's Republic of Benin and scans through it. The People's Republic of Benin is an area of rich and diverse cultures and a proud heritage. Before slaving devastated many tribes, this area was populated by some of the oddest, fiercest, and most powerful tribes in tribal Africa. The Fons, the Dahomies, and the terrible Agri. The book The Primal Ones by John Roots provides insight into these fascinating cultures. Gabriel takes down the Primal Ones and opens it. In contrast with the peaceful, nomadic tribes of northern Africa, certain tribes of the southwest were vicious and xenophobic. This part of Africa is called the Red Basin area because of the vast amount of bloodshed that occurred there over the centuries. In this one area of Africa existed, in a perpetual state of war and raiding, some of the most powerful and efficient fighters the world has ever seen. Why did this region inspire such violent behavior? To understand, one must look even further back. See Ancient Roots of Africa by Early Days. Gabriel removes Ancient Roots of Africa and browses through it. The ferocity of the tribes in the Red Basin region is traceable to their predecessors. In Egyptian time, 4000 to 2000 BC, this region was ruled by powerful sun worshippers. We know a little about this mysterious cult by the remnants of ruins far older and of a culture far more advanced than any that exists in Africa today. See Sun Worshippers by A. Curate. Gabriel takes down Sun Worshippers and scans it. One of the most earliest religious practices was that of sun worship. The most powerful cults of sun worshippers lived on the continent of Africa. The African sun god was violent and terrible, and so became his worshippers. They practice a particularly bloody form of ritual sacrifice. The homeland of this ancient cult is still considered a sacred site of power. See Ancient Digs of Africa by Professor Seymour Shards. Gabriel takes Ancient Digs of Africa and opens it. The most fascinating archaeological site in Africa is the Great Snake Mound in the People's Republic of Benin, located 50 miles south of the capital in the Red Basin. Like the snake mounds of North America, the origin and meaning of these great mounds remains a mystery, though clearly they were the result of profound and urgent spiritual belief. Unlike other snake mounds, the African example is a double snake mound, a small snake ring within a larger snake ring. The mound is thought to have housed an ancient temple. Although archaeologists explored the mound site, the interior remains largely unchanged from ancient times. This is partially due to stringent government regulations and partially to local superstition. The local people regard the mound with fear and won't go near it.
A double snake ring?
Gabriel flips furiously, looking for a picture.
Oh my God. It's a wheel within a wheel.
Gabriel decides to hang on to the Snake Mound book.
Guten Morgen, Herr Knight. I'm cooking your Frühstück, a good German breakfast. Please, feel at home.
I found this book in the library. I think it might tell us where Wolfgang went.
Afrika? You think Wolfgang went to Africa?
I know he did.
Then I shall make you a plane trip right now, yeah?
Well, I guess so.
Good, good. My poor Wolfgang. You have money for the plane, yeah?
Are you sure the Ritter estate can't pay?
I manage Wolfgang's books, I am quite sure. Have you any money?
I know. We can use his credit card.
Terrific. I will go make the call. Then, while we wait, breakfast.
Does that mean I can get some coffee now?
Wheel within a wheel.
You want I stay here, right? It's a long walk back to the city.
Yeah, sure. Wait here, please. I may be a while, though.
No problem. I could use a nap.
Mummy-like figures in contorted poses appear to be the only residents here. Gabriel wonders, was this a burial mound, or does their presence serve some ritualistic purpose?
This stone looks interesting.
From off in the mound echoes a sound like the scuffle of a shoe. An etched stone is on the wall.
It's stuck.
Gabriel has the creeping sensation that he's being watched.
It's shaped a little like a snake.
A shadow flickers in the corner of Gabriel's eye. An etched stone is on the wall. From off in the mound,
It fits.
From off in the mouth. A shadow flickers in the... A shadow flickers in... From off in the mouth. Gabriel has the creeping sensation. From off in the mouth. A shadow flickers and...
The rod fits into the hole in the stone.
From somewhere off in the mound, Gabriel hears a soft click, then a rumble.
Uh-oh, I have a feeling that did something.
The dagger won't work on enemies. They're already dead.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
From somewhere off in the mound, Gabriel hears a soft click, then a rumble.
Uh-oh. I have a feeling that did something. I can't believe I'm doing this. Whoa! Oh, shit.
Gabriel Knight, I presume.
Uncle Wolfgang.
In person? Now go to it, boy. I can't hold these creatures for very long, and there are more on the way.
Go to what?
The secret panel, boy. These creatures are only alive while it's open. Close it, Gabriel, and hurry.
I think I found something.
Very good, Gabriel. Now stand back.
Wow. The inner wheel.
Yes. Wheel within a wheel.
Are you okay? You don't look so hot.
I'm fine, Gabriel. The wheel. You dreamt it?
Yes, and you?
Yes. I must congratulate you on the Three Snakes connection. I had missed it. You will make a wonderful Schattenjager.
Who, me?
Yes, it's a long path, my boy. I myself have still the last of my 3 quests to meet. But let's see what is here. You have found the heart of the apple, but it might be poisoned still.
Uncle Wolfgang looks frail and shaken, but determined to make a good impression for Gabriel.
Can we talk?
We probably have a little time here. Yes, all right.
What can you tell me about Schattenjagers?
We have not the time to discuss that here. You have started the path. I can see it in your eyes. You must trust yourself and be true to your inner voice. The good voice, Gabriel. You'll know it when you hear it.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the talisman?
The most important thing about the talisman is that it be once again in the hands of the Schattenjagers.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Tetelo?
I can feel her presence here. I wouldn't be surprised if she knew we were violating her sanctum.
Do you think Tetelo's remains are here?
I have a feeling that they are, Gabriel.
Tell me about yourself.
This is not the time nor the place, Gabriel. I am sorry, but I assure you, my life has not been all that instructive.
It's nice to finally have someone around who knows what the hell's going on.
I know, my boy. I know.
The inner wheel is decorated with mask murals similar to the one that hid the secret passageway door.
Look at that table.
Yes, it is very old. There is a story being told through the carvings on the side.
Can you make it out?
A tribesman discovers a snake mound hidden in the jungle. He manages, after much time, to find the secret entrance to the inner wheel. In this room, he bows down to a small idol of some sort. The thing is radiating, like a sun. That explains the source of the Geddes' tribal power. They found this mound and the idol in it. Where the idol came from originally is hard to say, but it is definitely older than the Geddes'. The idol was probably once kept in this table, but they would have it with them now. It must be destroyed.
Shall we try this lid?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Sorry, I'm not... more help, Gabriel. I don't think it would open so easily, though. Very 10 strong men.
What about these iron bars?
Good idea. Let me help you.
Perhaps these holes. There. Let's get the other one. Let's try to lift this top. I know it's in there.
Yes, it is in there. Oh, I've not felt this powerful since, well, ever.
Why won't the damn lid come off?
It is a sacrificial table. It can probably only be triggered by the proper use of that trough there. With a heart.
Oh, great. Where are we gonna get a heart?
Gabriel, you must take the talisman and be Schattenjager. You performed the ritual and dreamt of the dragon, no?
Yes, I did, but you're the current Schattenjager. I only did that because...
Because you were driven to it. I have done nothing with this title for many years. Even in my prime, I had few cases. No, if my life had a purpose, it was to bring you to this point.
But I have no idea what I'm doing.
It's not a science, Gabriel. It is instinct. And you have it in your blood. Trust it. The castle is yours now. It has many documents and records which will help you in the future.
Well, thanks for the confidence, but what about this table?
I want you to go into the next room and get the heart from that dead creature on the floor.
Will that work? Doesn't it need to be fresh?
Let us try. Perhaps there's some of the old Ritter magic left. Go on.
Great. My first job was a Schattenjager, cutting up dead monsters.
Wolfgang! No! No!
Titolo, you're gonna pay for this, you bitch!
Why did he go to Africa, Berta? No, it's okay. I'm just a little anxious. No, they haven't. I just need to talk to Gabriel.
After arranging for the shipment of Wolfgang's body back to Rittersburg, Gabriel returns to Nolens. He carries with him the Ritter talisman. He has not heard from Grace for over 24 hours, and he could not reach Malia by phone. And although he has some idea of what he is coming home to attempt, he still has no clue where to attempt it. Or does he?
Grace, I'm home. Grace? Oh no. Grace!
The note is from Malia. It says,
Gabriel, I hope you survive long enough to get this. Tetelo knows you have the talisman. Your life is worth nothing, my love. I fight to save you, but she controls things far more than I. She has taken Grace. Return the talisman and leave Nolens forever. If you don't, I can't help you. Please, I can't bear to see you die. Please believe me. I love you. Malia.
Who's there? I have the talisman.
Yeah? Good for you. I got a headache.
You? Don't come near me, you're dead.
Huh? Oh, that was you at the tomb? You should have said something.
You mean you weren't dead, you son of a bitch?
Do I look dead? No, wait, don't answer that. I was searching the tomb. When I heard someone coming, I broke the light and got in the drawer. I'm sorry I brained you, but I thought you were one of them.
Christ, you about killed me.
I said I was sorry. Besides, I owed you one for stealing my badge. If it makes you feel any better, I lost my wallet that day.
Your wallet? Oh, I guess you're right. We are even.
Like I said. Anyway, we shouldn't stand out here and gab. Someone on the street might see us. Let's go in back and talk. Okay, now let's talk.
All right, let's talk. What should we do about Grace?
Them voodoo people have taken her, the goddamn bastards. We have to find her and save her, and we can't count on the police department for any help.
So, fill me in on what you've been doing for the past 5 days.
I've been getting smart, that's what. They got me running, I'll admit, but the day a bunch of drum-banging, mumbo-jumbo chanting magicians can catch old Lightfoot Mosley is the day I die.
Can't argue with that logic.
Now these guys have it wired, I tell ya. From the mayor to a couple of major judges, right down to the beat cops. The Gettys are untouchable from that angle. But once I really started digging, it was like I could see clearly. These guys are into everything that happens in this city. And most people are scared shitless of them, or they don't know about them at all.
Let me fill you in on what I've learned in the past 5 days.
Okay, have at it.
Well, Malia Getty is the head of the cartel. Dr. John is her right-hand man.
I learned that much. You sure know how to pick 'em, Knight.
She's not really responsible, though. Because during these ceremonies, she's ridden by the spirit of her ancestor, Tetelo.
You don't say.
It's true. Anyway, I have something, a talisman, that I can use against them. It will help, but they probably still have a power source somewhere in their houndfall. Also, this whole thing kind of ties in with my nightmares, see? And my family history. My family does this shadow hunting thing, and about 300 years ago,
look, don't confuse me, okay? You worry about all that metaphysical stuff, and I'll just try to catch the bad guys.
Yeah, you'd never believe me anyway. Do you know anything about a secret voodoo houndfall?
Do you know where it is?
I have an idea.
Great. Let's talk about it when we make our plan.
By the way, I found your wallet. And your credit card.
Hey, thanks. You didn't put anything on this, did you?
Who? Me? Tell me about...
I'm scared shitless. That's all you need to know.
What do you know?
Well, you and I know who did him, don't we? But we got to prove it to somebody who'll listen.
You know, mostly.
Don't even start with me, Knight. I've been through too much for you lately.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Let's make a plan. What do you think we should do?
We need to find the headquarters of the Getty cartel, rescue Grace, and dig up some concrete evidence so that I can take this straight to the FBI.
Sounds easy.
Uh-huh. Do you have any idea where their headquarters might be?
Perhaps.
Well, you do seem to have a knack for sniffing out this voodoo stuff. Why don't you see if you can locate it for sure? Meanwhile, I got some things I gotta do. I'll meet you there later.
How will you find it?
Damn, that's right. If I only had the tracker from my office.
I have it.
Really? Good going. You give it to me and leave a signal device at the entrance to the headquarters.
All right. Here's the tracker.
Great. Don't forget to leave the signal device near the entrance to the Hound Fort. And be careful.
You too.
Times dated June 28, 1993. The Weather Service is baffled by the series of bizarre storms that rocked the South yesterday. 20 died and close to 100 were injured. The storms only accentuate the bad luck that seems to have gripped the South. The crime rate for the past 3 days has peaked to unprecedented levels, and there has been 50 reports of food poisoning in New Orleans alone. In other words, keep your heads down, folks, and pray that August will return us to sanity. Warily, Gabriel reads his horoscope for the day. Gird thyself with mercy, arm thyself with righteousness. The final hour awaits.
There's a school teacher somewhere who's damn confused. Something about this knothole looks familiar. It's moving. I knew it. Ride's over.
Gabriel puts the snake rod under the bench for Mosley.
All right, Mosley. There's your signal. I think I've got everything I need. Might as well see it through.
The elevator stops at a room underneath the cathedral.
Express elevator to hell.
That piece of art on the wall looks like something the Gettys had transplanted from Africa.
This looks like a supply room. This is perfect for Mosley. No accounting for voodoo fashion, but it'll get the job done. I think I'll take this wolf mask for me. This boar mask seems appropriate for Mosley, if he ever makes it. These robes will make good disguises. I'll keep the masks and robes together.
It's locked.
Christ, it stinks in here.
This snake is quite a bit larger than the one they use in the rituals. Perhaps he's more of a tribal mascot. He's obviously too large for one person to handle. Animal cages of various kinds occupy a small room. So this is where they keep the animals they use in their rituals. The small cages contain tarantulas and rats. Although Gabriel feels sorry for the doomed creatures, he wouldn't get far on his mission carrying around live animals. Gabriel would love to release the animals, but animals running through the halls would probably alert somebody's attention.
No, you operate the python. Not bloody likely. You could probably swallow one of those goats whole, couldn't you?
The snake does not reply. The room smells of Malia's perfume. Someone's coming.
Tetelo, come to me. Your daughter requests an audience.
What is it you seek, child?
Tetelo, I beg you again, for my sake, spare Gabriel's life.
Do not protect or mourn that one. He will only betray you.
Gabriel would never betray me.
He will, as Gunther betrayed me. Blinded by the light, he will despise your darkness.
No, I don't believe that. You were betrayed, but Gabriel is different. I cannot serve you any longer. Choose another. I cannot go on.
Ha! So you say, because you are drawn to the light. What you do not know is that the light will never have you. You only corrupt it when you draw near.
I don't believe you. This way, this life is too painful. I must be free of it.
You can never be free. You will see, my daughter. What I have told you is true. You will see.
Wait! I won't go through with it! I won't!
Pitumere passeum cri. Better to die than run away. Hilana menu deja. Gabriel Knight, how dare you violate my sanctuary?
Is this your room? Oh, I am so sorry.
You are so dead.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
The whiteboard contains what looks like calculus equations.
Who knows what these guys are into?
A portrait of a beautiful, intelligent-looking woman is on the wall. She reminds Gabriel of Malia. Her mother, perhaps? The book looks like an accountant's record book. The cover is printed with the words Getty Tribe. The Getty Tribe record book contains the names and Rada drum codes for tribal members. This record book might be the kind of thing Mosley wanted for the FBI. This table has a trough on top, just like the Snake Mound stone table. Gabriel shivers, remembering what that trough is for.
Okay, I'll give it a shot, but I'm no musician.
A door opens in the distance.
Got it.
A door opens and shuts in the distance. Dr. John must have returned to his room. It's locked. Stacks of bills are bound and pressed into neat piles. This particular money doesn't talk.
I know it's dirty money, but it's for a good cause. Me. I hate to say it, but I can't carry anymore. I will. $1 million or so ought to hold me.
Underneath the surgical lamps is a gurney with a body on it.
No one I know.
Human hearts. So that's what they do to them. But why?
Maybe I shouldn't even ask. They're used for some powerful gree-gree, no doubt. Or maybe that's what Tetelo has for lunch. I hope those are rubber masks. No, really, I'll stick with my own.
Gabriel doesn't want to touch anything in this butcher shop. More corpses are stored in wall compartments. It looks like a deep freeze in there. A stainless steel bucket is on the floor. Its contents are better left unsaid.
Grace! Oh, I found her.
The sounds of Rada drums echoes through the Houndfor. The ritual must be about to begin.
Mostly. You made it.
Thank God. I thought I saw you ducking in here. Those goddamn drums started as soon as I got off that elevator thing, and I heard voices from above. I have the feeling the masked voodooese are about to invade.
I found Grace.
I see that. Check her out. Then you and I need to find a way to blend into the woodwork, bud.
Grace is still lying on the bed. She may be unconscious, or worse.
This talisman is supposed to have some sort of power.
Grace, wake up. Grace!
What? What's going on? Gabriel, Mosley, where are we? What's going on?
We're in the Getty Cartel Hound Fort, Grace. A ritual is about to begin, and I'm afraid you're the main course.
Is that what those drums are? I heard them in my sleep. I couldn't wake up.
Yeah, makes you want to dance, don't they?
Be serious. What are we gonna do now?
Right. Let's make a plan. What do you want us to do, Gabriel?
You're asking me?
Oh God, we're in trouble.
Well, I realize that I'm the professional, but you do know more about what we're up against here.
Okay. Grace, they expect you to be unconscious, so you better fake it. That should put you in a good position when it's time. Mosley, you and I'll be with the other ritualists. As for the ritual itself, I'd say Tetelo's our worst problem. I remember from the bayou that she didn't show up until Dr. John blew that drug on Malia's face. If I can prevent him from doing that, we can keep Tetelo out of it, I think.
How are you gonna do that?
I don't know. I'll think of something.
Uh-huh. What if Tetelo does show up?
Let's just worry about making sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, so you're gonna prevent this spirit thing from showing up. Fine. I'll take care of the big guy, Dr. John, when the time comes.
And I can handle Malia herself. As long as she is Malia.
Well, keep an eye on her for her own good. But don't hurt her.
Who, me?
We'll wait for your signal then.
Fine, but you guys aren't gonna get far looking like that.
Yeah, it's a disguise.
Gee, a boar. How thoughtful. And what are you, pray tell?
A wolf.
A wolf. How appropriate.
You goddamn wiener.
Someone's coming. Grace, get down.
What are you doing here?
Thought this room was empty.
Go to the circle now.
Ridden by Tetelo.
What? But you said...
Shh, yeah, I know.
Great, now what?
I don't know.
If he touches her...
Shh.
Do something, quick!
Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
What? It's the witch hunter! Get out! All of you!
Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
You can't stop me! Watch your friend die!
Uh-oh. The talisman seems to have little effect at protecting Grace from this distance.
Get her, Dr. John! Kill her! We must have the sacrifice! killed my chosen one, witch hunter! For that, you shall pay! But first, these intruders shall die! Give me the talisman, witch hunter, or your friends will die horribly right now!
Sure, Tetelo. You want the talisman? Here, catch!
Ah!
Go on, get Grace out of here. The talisman will protect you.
What about...
Just go!
You are unarmed now, witch hunter. Approach me and kneel.
Malia, are you there?
She's too powerful.
No! Stop!
Oh, shit!
Go ahead! Destroy her! Destroy me! You are truly your father's son, witch hunter!
I've got you, Malia.
No, you will betray her, witch hunter!
I won't let you kill her!
Gabriel, you didn't betray me.
I've got you.
It's no good. It has to end with me.
No, don't let go. Damn it, don't you let go!
Goodbye, my love.
No! I think it's over now.
I'm sorry about Malia. I know you cared for her. You've changed, you know?
Have I?
Yeah. So are you gonna do it? Be Schattenjager?
I'm gonna try. Don't worry though, you'll be back in school, safe and sound.
I don't have to go back. There's a lot to learn right here. A spiritual path can be more important than a path of the mind, you know?
Well, you're welcome to stay, Gracie, just as long as you don't expect me to know what I'm doing.
This is a historical moment, isn't it? 300 years ago, the Ritter talisman was stolen by Tetelo. She used it to draw her family to power while your family withered. Now she's gone and your family's restarting. It almost makes you wonder if it wasn't supposed to happen that way. You know, good coming from evil.
You think too much.
But really, I think the most tragic thing was all those generations of young women, like Malia, trapped by this large, overriding personality, forced into a life of horror.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of living with you, Grace.
You know when I said you'd changed?
Yeah?
I was wrong.
Are you sorry?
Nah.
Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello? Uh-oh. I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
You. What are you doing here?
I was just taking a walk and,
No excuses this time, my friend.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again? When in Rome. Here goes nothing.
Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join the other celebrants.
Yes, Dr. John, Brother Eagle.
But first, name the great serpent who crushes all in his coils.
Matrice Erzuli.
You shall pay for this violation.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again? The rod fits into the hole in the stone.
From somewhere off in the mound, Gabriel hears a soft click, then a rumble.
Uh-oh, I have a feeling that did something. I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again? Oh, shit.
Gabriel Knight, I presume.
Uncle Wolfgang.
In person? Now go to it, boy. I can't hold these creatures for very long, and there are more on the way.
Go to what?
The secret panel, boy. These creatures are only alive while it's open. Close it, Gabriel, and hurry!
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
Pitumere passeum cri. Better to die than run away. Nous déjà. Gabriel Knight, how dare you violate my sanctuary?
Is this your room? Oh, I'm so sorry.
You are so dead.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
A door opens in the distance.
Who is playing with the sacred drums? You.
Just practicing.
You trespassing bastard!
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again? Okay, I'll give it a shot, but I'm no musician.
A door opens in the distance.
Gabriel Knight. So it was you on the drums?
No, Molly invited me down.
You lie. You will die for that.
Grace! Oh, I found her.
The sounds of Rada drums echoes through the Houndfor. The ritual must be about to begin. Gabriel can hear the people in the hall. It might not be wise to open the door without taking proper precautions. That thing looks hot. Gabriel doesn't want to put it on until he has to.
This talisman is supposed to have some sort of power. Grace! Wake up! Grace!
What's going on? Gabriel, where are we? What's going on?
We're in the Getty Cartel Houndfor, Grace. A ritual is about to begin, and I'm afraid you're the main course.
Is that what those drums are? I heard them in my sleep. I couldn't wake up.
Yeah, makes you want to dance, don't they?
Be serious. What are we gonna do now?
A plan. Right. What do you think we should do?
My hero. You know this place and these people better than I do, Gabriel.
Okay. They expect you to be unconscious, so you'd better fake it. That should put you in a good position when it's time. I'll be with the other ritualists. As for the ritual itself, I'd say Tetelo's our worst problem. I remember from the bayou that she didn't show up until Dr. John blew that drug on Malia's face. If I can prevent him from doing that, we can keep Tetelo out of it, I think.
How are you gonna do that?
I don't know. I'll think of something.
Uh-huh. What if Tetelo does show up?
Let's just worry about making sure that doesn't happen. What worries me more is, assuming we can keep Tetelo out of it, who's going to handle Dr. John once he figures out what we're doing? The talisman defends against magic, but Dr. John is a hell of a lot of sheer flesh and blood.
I don't know. I'll take care of Malia if you can prevent her from being taken over by Tetelo, but I can't handle her and Dr. John. I guess we'll just have to wing it and hope for the best. Too bad we didn't have more help.
All right, but don't hurt Malia, Grace. She's not in this of her own free will.
Yes, Gabriel, but what about you? You can't go out there looking like that. A wolf. How appropriate.
Someone's coming. Grace, get down.
What are you doing here?
Thought this room was empty.
Go to the circle now.
Uh-oh, Malia's already being ridden by Tetelo. Gabriel had better do something quick.
Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
What? It's the witch hunter! Get out! All of you!
Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
You can't stop me! Watch your friend die!
Uh-oh. The talisman seems to have little effect at protecting Grace from this distance.
Get her, Dr. John! Kill her! We must have the sacrifice!
Grace, no!
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
Someone's coming. Grace, get down.
Gabriel Knight, what are you doing here? And who is this with you?
Oh, who, him? Oh, he's a friend of mine, see? And we were just,
You will both die.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
Grace, no!
It's the witch hunter! Get him, Dr. John!
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
Dr. John is not the immediate threat to Grace.
Stop!
You! Kill him, Dr. John!
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
It's a disguise.
Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
You can't stop me! Watch your friend die!
Uh-oh. The talisman seems to have little effect at protecting Grace from this distance.
You have killed killed my chosen one, witch hunter! For that, you shall pay! But first, these intruders shall die! Give me the talisman, witch hunter, or your friends will die horribly right now!
All right, take it.
Gabriel, no!
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
Here, into the... Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
You can't stop me! Watch your friend die!
Uh-oh. The talisman seems to have little effect at protecting Grace from this distance.
You have killed my for that! But first, these
Sure, Tetelo. You want the talisman? Here, catch! Go on, get Grace out of here. The talisman will protect you.
What about...
Just go!
You are unarmed now, witch hunter. Approach me and kneel.
Malia, are you there?
She's too powerful.
Malia, help me.
I can't. She's too strong.
Gabriel is not in a position to tackle Tetelo.
Malia, help me.
I can't. She's too strong.
Die!
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
Here, it's... Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her.
You can't stop me! Watch your friend die!
Uh-oh. The talisman seems to have little effect at protecting Grace from this distance.
Get her, Dr. John! Kill her! We must have the sacrifice! You have killed my chosen one, witch hunter! For that, you shall pay! But first, these intruders shall die! Give me the talisman, witch hunter, or your friends will die horribly right now!
Sure, Tetelo. You want the talisman? Here, catch! Go on, get Grace out of here. The talisman will protect you.
What about...
Just go!
You are unarmed now, witch hunter. Approach me and kneel.
Malia, are you there?
She's too powerful.
No! Stop!
Oh, shit.
Destroy her! Destroy me! You are truly your father's son, witch hunter! Save me!
I'm sorry. I have no choice.
Tetelo was right. You betrayed me. It's not over yet, my love. If I go, you go.
I can't believe he's gone.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss that loafer.
He saved our lives, you know?
He done good.
It's so tragic that both families had to end, that they destroyed each other. I can't help thinking that it could have been different.
You can't ask yourself what if. It'll drive you nuts.
But a world without Schattenjagers? It's sad.
I guess we'll just have to do the best we can, huh?
Goodbye, Gabriel Knight.
So long, bud.
So how long have you been working on Gabriel Knight? When did you come up with the original concept for the character and the story?
It was after King's Quest VI, which I had co-designed with Roberta Williams, and I guess that was about 1992. After that project was done, I was asked to come up with a proposal for my own adventure game series, and had maybe a month to really try to work on that. So the Gabriel Knight concept was born during that time, and I knew I wanted to do something that was a mystery series, and I knew I wanted to do something that had paranormal in it. So I went through a wide variety of ideas. At first, I was thinking maybe he would be a parapsychologist professor at a university, but that was too much like Indiana Jones. So it just kind of evolved over time. And when I found the backstory of his family, it really gelled into the Schattenjager concept.
So what happened when you first pitched the game at Sierra? What was the kind of the reaction at first to the idea?
Well, it was kind of mixed because at the time, Sierra had been doing very family-friendly products, well, with the exception of Leisure Suit Larry, but all of them were more either fantasy or humorous. Space Quest was very funny. Larry and even King's Quest to a certain amount. So, it was Gabriel Knight, it was clear from the very first proposal was very dark and sort of gothic and moody and a little more violent. And so there was actually some pushback on it from marketing, and there was a person in marketing who really didn't want to see it move forward, didn't think that was the Sierra brand. And even Ken, he basically, what he told me was, I wish you'd come up with something else, but I'm going to let you try this, because he was a big believer in artistic vision and just letting a designer run with what they thought. And if the game didn't sell, then then it was all over. But he didn't tend to interfere, which was really great on his part. So I must say that his response gave me sort of a crisis of faith, because it was my big shot to be able to do my own series at Sierra. And I was worried that he was right, and that it just wouldn't sell well, and people didn't want something like that, something dark and, something that wouldn't make them laugh. But we moved forward with it, and fortunately it got a good response.
What changed about the game during development? Were there any stories or characters that were cut or changed for any particular reasons?
Yes, I think that originally I had planned to have a chapter in in the West Indies. So if you remember the story, her family had originated in Africa and then spent some time in the West Indies and then moved to New Orleans. And so I was going to have a section there, but the game is already really quite long, so we ended up cutting that part.
And what's it been like coming back to the game after 20 years since the first one was released?
Well, by now I've been working on the remake for, over a year, so I'm extremely familiar with it. But, when I first started looking at it again, I really hadn't played it since its release because, when you work on a game like that, you end up testing it so much at the end that you just never want to see it again as long as you live. But yeah, so I hadn't seen the game in 20 years when I first started looking at it again. And the first thing I had to do was revise the design document. There were some changes that we wanted to make in regards to breaking up the content so that there would be sort of more of an even amount of content per day so that we could release it per day on iPad if we chose to do that later on. So it was really kind of a blast from the past. It was just very nostalgic, especially listening to some of the dialogue again and playing it through on the original version on GOG. It just brought back so many memories, and every line, it's kind of like you totally forgot that, but as soon as you hear it, you remember it, and it's very familiar. And it was just a treat, coming back to it and feeling like, yeah, this is really fun, and I'm so excited that we get to bring this back for a new audience.
Do you have any particular fun or interesting stories from during development the first time?
I think we were, as John Schroed said in his interview, we were all young and ambitious and excited and had tons of energy, and the team really gelled. I think everybody on the team really believed in the game and was passionate about it, and we were sort of this little rogue group that was working on something very different for Sierra. And it was just it was a development process that went very smoothly, actually. It was probably one of the fastest games I've ever done because I believe the proposal was approved in October, maybe around Halloween, and we had 1 year, basically, the game shipped the following November. So, for a game of that size with that much writing and recording and all of that, to be turned around in a year was quite a feat. But like I said, we just had a very passionate team, and I think I probably spent that entire year at Sierra. I think I even slept under my desk once or twice.
That's dedication. So obviously the release cycle is very different now from what it was at the time. So what was it like then, waiting to find out what the reception was like for the game?
Well, we kind of got an early hint of how the game would be received. It was E3, so we'd been in production maybe 6 months, and we rushed to get a demo of day one ready to take to E3. And, it was like on a 3.5-inch floppy disk that we labeled and handed out to the press. And we got such a great reaction to that first day. We had a lot of previews, and Computer Gaming World, especially Johnny Wilson, was hugely supportive and very excited about it. So we created a lot of buzz with that first demo. And so that gave us a lot of, I guess, a sort of a mid-project boost of confidence and excitement about finishing up the game and seeing it get finally released and getting back all the feedback.
The original voice cast had a lot of big names in it. Some that are even still big now. So what was it like casting the game for the voices, and what was it like working with them?
Yeah, that was really exciting. At the time, Sierra was just starting to do professional voiceover. A lot of the games before that had just people in-house, programmers and artists and designers reading the lines. In fact, I had been in Space Quest as a robot, and it was pretty funny. But Yeah, so the very first game I think that was professionally cast was King's Quest VI, because we had Robbie Benson as Alexander, which was really fun. But so when it came to Gabriel Knight, we were working with a director, a voiceover director in Hollywood who had been in the business for years, Stu Rosen. And honestly, I can't remember how we got hooked up with him. Maybe he had been on King's Quest, but he knew everybody in the business, and it was just starting out that games were using voices. So he was able to get a lot of the people that he worked with regularly on audiobooks and cartoons and things like that to read for us and to do these voices for basically SAG minimum. So he was hugely instrumental, and he would send me casting tapes, and a lot of the voices were cast fairly quickly, but Gabriel, we had a really hard time finding. He must have sent me 20 auditions, and I just wasn't feeling it. And so finally we were talking on the phone. He was like, what about Tim Curry? I've worked with him on some projects, and he's amazingly talented. And I was like, well, you know, gosh, of course, Tim Curry is amazing, but he's British, you know? He's like, well, just let me see if he could do it. And so he sent an audition, and it was just like, you know, we were probably running up and down the hall screaming, and we were so excited about it. So yeah, it was really down to him that we got that cast, and, you know, down to the times that we were able to actually afford that cast. And then when I went down there, you know, I was at the studio in LA the first week or two of recording, and it was just amazing because, you know, I mean, as a young writer, I was 30, I guess, at the time. It was my first experience of seeing really good actors read my material, and it was just an absolute thrill. I mean, to this day, as a game designer, some of my best memories are working with great voiceover actors.
Were there any recognizable names that also auditioned for the roles that didn't get them?
No, not that I can remember, but we did have a Grace initially that we had cast, and I was there when she came in for her first day, and it just wasn't working at all. And so we ended up letting her go, and then Stu suggested Leah, and she was perfect for it.
So what would you say is your favorite or your list of favorite things about the game?
Well, some of my favorite things about Gabriel Knight, one, I love New Orleans. I've always loved it. I grew up reading Anne Rice books, so that was a huge influence on me. Just that Southern Gothic texture. I love the fact that Gabriel is a total rogue. You know, he's a womanizer, a charmer. I just find that really fun and hot to have a male character like that in a story. You know, I always loved Grace. To me, you know, Grace was kind of like the every woman who would respond to Gabriel with half a modicum of sense, and yet still be charmed by him, no matter the fact that she also saw his flightiness. About the plot, I really like the fact that we have the mirrored plot in the game. It was the first time I'd really done that as a writer, where the backstory is sort of mirroring the current story, and I thought that worked really well. This is Jane Jensen interviewing Michael Hutchison. Mike, can you tell us what your role was on GK1?
Sure. I was the lead animator on the project, and as in that role, I was responsible for going through your design documents and figuring out everything that needed to be created in terms of not only characters, I guess, but the animations that they needed to do per scene, and figuring out the best way to achieve the end result.
Now, when you first started to break that out, was it a lot of animations for a typical game, or I mean, was it how did that map out?
It was, I think, it was comparable with some of the games that we were doing at the time. It was obviously more complex than like King's Quest VI, which we had just finished working on together. It was a deeper story and more characters and more locations. But in terms of figuring out the scope of animations that had to happen per room, it was a comparable task. But I think in the end, it was a larger quantity of animations that needed to be produced. Because we had other things like cutscenes and dream sequences and things like that, which we didn't have in previous games that I had worked on, and so it was a little bit larger because of that as well.
And how was the animation done for the game?
Well, we for the most part we used the blue screen to do video capture, and we would get actors, and most of them were just fellow employees. We would dress up actors in the costume that their character needed to wear, and we would film them on a blue screen to get reference for the animation. And then that would go into our proprietary animation tool, and we would go in and start cleaning them up and start painting over them to make them look like the in-game character. So the bulk of the in-game animation was done that way, but we also did use some of the emerging 3D technology at the time. It was kind of brand new to do 3D modeling of, for instance, St. George's Bookstore, and do some camera fly-throughs to get some 3D elements like the talisman spinning and the circle of fire from some of the opening sequence. So it was kind of a combination of different things, but mostly it was video capture with some 3D elements.
So you would just decide, like for Madame Casino, you just walk around the building and find somebody that you think would physically be the same sort of height and weight and so forth, and then dress them up, snag them from their desk and dress them up in costume. Was that about it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We would, sometimes it was done. We'd find a body type, but other times it was a little bit more. Hey, are you free? Can you do this kind of thing? Do you have time in your schedule where you can devote a good amount of time to doing some video capture for us? We had to get approval from other team leads, and as it happens, I think we had 3 different Gabriels before I finally started doing most of it myself, because it was such a heavy time investment that it was really hard to get people from other teams freed up enough to be able to come and spend a week on the blue screen.
So when you were acting out Gabriel's motions on the blue screen, who was doing the filming?
It was mostly Bob Ballou. He was he was the producer, or I would say the blue screen manager at the time.
So that technique had been used for other games in the past?
Yes, we had used it also on King's Quest VI.
So I know you mentioned a little bit before, but after you get the raw footage of blue screening, how much work was it to get down to the final animations? What were the steps of that?
Well, sometimes what we would have to do is, if the motion were a quick one, the camera might not pick up every nuance, and we might have to do some in-betweening. We would be able to insert frames of animation between the ones that we had captured to get a smoother motion. But we would obviously base those in-between frames on the frames that bookend it. So it made it easier to, sort of visualize what that in-between state was. But it was, it could, depending on how long or how complex the animation was, it could take, a couple days per animation loop to get it really cleaned up, because there was a lot of sort of video noise that had to be removed on the edges of the character and also on the inside of the character. We'd have a lot of kind of stray colors and shadows and things like that we would have to get rid of. So it could take a good couple of days per animation loop for the longer ones, and for the shorter ones, we could probably get 2 or 3 done in a day.
And you had to also paint over the entire character, right? Because it's unlike with 3D motion capture where it's just a skeleton that's put over the model. I mean, in this case, it was a flat 2D animation, so every frame of that had to be painted over to look like that character, as opposed to, looking exactly like the person who was blue screened, right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
I mean, you don't look too much like Gabriel, but you had to add that floppy blonde hair into every cell.
That's true. We did have, we also had the resolution of the character, which was a little bit lower than we find in games today. So, I think our, if memory serves me right, I think our avatar height, or our character height, was about 64 pixels. So that's not a lot of information to work with. So likenesses didn't really come through at all anyway, but I did have to, get rid of my dark ponytail that I had at the time. I had to tuck that into my jacket and paint the floppy blonde hair as well. Yeah.
It seems like at one point when we were really under the gun, we were shipping at Christmas, we had a lot of people on it.
Yeah.
Just cleaning stuff up.
Yeah. I think we had, maybe at least 3 team animators who were there the whole time, 3 to 4, between Chris and Deanna and myself. But then we had to have a bunch of people come in, like you said, towards the end to just sort of, get more quantity complete for the deadline. Yeah.
Do you have any particular memories of working on the game? Anything interesting or challenging about it?
Well, I remember that when we had started working on the game, it was, I always kind of refer to it as the dark horse at Sierra. We got approval to, the game got greenlit, and we started working on it, but it was unproven. It was a brand new character, a brand new potential series of games, and it's kind of nobody knew where it was going to go. And I think we actually also were in a separate development space from the main building at the time. So we had kind of this, I don't want to say outsiders vibe, but it was kind of a, we were just kind of the dark horse. And it was a really, I think we felt like we had something to prove. We really all of us believed in this project and in the story, and we wanted to bring a sort of a different kind of game to the Sierra family, and I just remember, that when the game came out, it started being well received. It kind of took some people by surprise internally at the company, I think, and that was always really a fun thing and a rewarding thing for me personally, and I think the whole team in general.
Yeah, I think the whole team really, looking back at all the games I've ever done, I think that was one of the projects where the whole team was really invested in it and really believed in it and put a lot of passion into it. It wasn't just me trying to push rock up the hill, but it was get everyone enthused. It was really people were each individual was very motivated, I think, and saw something special in the game.
Yeah, I agree. It was, the story was so interesting, and it was such a rich canvas of locations and characters and, conversations and sort of mythology. You travel the world to these different, areas, and you've got New Orleans, which was also a very rich backdrop. The characters themselves being flawed in their own ways, and but heroic at the same time. It was just such a departure from what we had worked on before that I think everybody was really invigorated by that process.
Do you ever have people ask you about the game? Or people surprised to hear that you worked on it? Or do you still have conversations about, hey, what was that like?
Yes, all that actually that happens pretty frequently. I will get contacted, maybe at least once a year or once every couple of years by somebody, out there in the world who finds me and wants to ask some questions about the game, and we open up a little dialogue about what the game meant to them, and a funny, an interesting story that I can tell you right now is that I was working at BioWare a few years ago, and I was working on the Old Republic MMO, and one of my coworkers sort of had looked up my profile and had seen that I had worked on Gabriel, and he said, Gabriel Knight is the reason why is the reason why I met my wife. And I asked him, well, tell me about that. And he said, well, I played the game when I was younger, and I was so interested in New Orleans because of it. It sparked his imagination in such a way that he eventually ended up going to college there, and that's where he met his wife. So, in sort of an indirect way, he credits Gabriel with completing his personal quest to find.
So there are children out there that exist.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's funny.
But he's that's just one example. There's other people who I might have told at some point that I was the lead animator on the project, and I was the sort of the motion actor for the project, and they might forget that I told them that, and then years later they say, oh yeah, I remember that you had told me that. That's really cool. And so I think the game definitely has had legs for sure, and means a lot to a lot of different people.
So you did the majority of Gabriel's animations yourself on blue screen, wearing a long leather coat. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you did that, was the resolution such that you just went through the actions, or did you actually try to have sort of him as a character in your head and try to put some acting into that?
I tried to, first and foremost, I'm not really an actor, right? so I was approaching the problem as an animator at the time, and I was trying to sort of over exaggerate some motions so that they might read better. I was approaching it more in terms of trying to get the motion down and trying to get a clean motion, from the right angle. But I think that you can't help but try and role play a little bit when you're in that situation, to try and, especially as we get further into the project and you start learning more and more about, the character himself. I think you can't help but role play that character and try and bring some of his personality into it, especially when you're doing takes with other people, like Robert Lindsley when he was doing takes with me as Detective Mosley. we would kind of act with each other, and I think try and get some of those personalities in as well.
So when you had a scene, for example, when Gabriel's talking to Mosley, you would do them at the same time if you had to pass back information or touch each other in some way?
Yeah, especially if we had to. Now, most of the time we would do things, the character would be alone on the screen because it's easier to clean up. But there are some situations where we definitely had to have two people acting at the same time. For instance, when Dr. John strangles Gabriel down to the ground, we had to have that done with two people and sort of choreograph it. But most of the time it was single people on the blue screen.
So did you actually have to kiss Malia then? Was that something that was blue screened?
No, we didn't do anything that personal. So, yeah.
I was just wondering because we worked a lot on that in 3D because it's really hard to get 3D characters to, look like they're actually kissing and not just sort of like either getting, an inch away or going through each other or whatever. Why do you think Gabriel Knight is still remembered?
I think it's because it was such a unique game. It was such a rich and deep story. It had characters that were fully fleshed out. If you know what I mean. They each had their own history and their own motivations and their own problems, and they seemed very real. And I think a lot of people could relate to, if they couldn't relate to Gabriel, maybe they could relate to Grace. Maybe they could relate to Mosley. Every character had their own backstory that was important to who they were in the game. And it wasn't just, a single hero making his way through, puzzles and, encountering, quirky characters. Each character that you met in the game seemed like a plausible, real person. And the story itself also was very deep. It touched on many different things. Ancient curses and a bloodline that becomes discovered. This unknown that becomes discovered in the main character. It's kind of I just don't think there was anything like it at the time, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's so well remembered. It was the story.
So, do you still have the leather coat that you wore when you played Gabriel Knight?
I sure do. Yes, I still do, and I actually also have a few things. Souvenirs, I guess, from the game. When we had to do the filming of or the animation for the crime scene at the lake, I had gone out to a local hobby shop and bought a small toy police car, painted it up so that we could capture different angles of it, so we could have it drive away down the road. I still have that model as well. It's the white has yellowed over time, but I have that too.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being part of our special edition, Michael, and I'm sure it's been a treat for the fans to hear about the animation process and to hear your voice, and really appreciate you joining us.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
So with the remake, what are some of the things that you are really glad you've had a chance to take a second look at or to update to a different style or for the modern version?
Well, one of the things that we needed to do and wanted to do with the remake was balance out the gameplay a little bit more. In the original game, there were all these things that you could do between days 1 and 5, and it was just, you could do them at any time, and they would sort of influence each other in different ways. And we really wanted to have more concrete content on each of the 10 days, so that if we decided to sell the game episodically, that each day would have, a similar number of new locations and new things to experience. So that was one of the first things that we did with the design, is just break up some of that content. It's all the same content is there. It's just that there are different days now when you can do things. And also we wanted to create a day one that was a little bit more compact so that it would be a good demo and also not be so overwhelming for new players. You want them to experience success right away and not feel like they're overwhelmed. We also implemented some gameplay changes, like highlighting the topics in yellow, because for a modern audience, a lot of times they don't necessarily have the patience to sit through tons of dialogue, and we wanted to have that original dialogue in the game for the fans, but wanted to make it something that would be optional for new players. And then of course being able to go to high resolution meant we could really see a lot more of the characters and see more of the environments that you were in. So that was an opportunity to pull in a lot more New Orleans flavor. And that's something that we really focused on, like in the bookshop, adding that second level with all the wrought iron, and that's very New Orleans in style. And the exterior of the bookshop, we added the exterior of the police station and a much bigger exterior of Madame Casino's house, so that we could really get a feeling for the streets of New Orleans. And, with the characters, just, it's a challenge. It's like when the newscasters went to HD, suddenly you can see every little pore on their face. And it was similar with this, and that, when the characters were these little tiny pixels just sort of moving their arms around, it was a little easier to get away with things than now in the game, everybody is in high definition and you can see their mouths and their eyes and at all times. So that's both an opportunity and a challenge. And then we also added in some new puzzles, and part of that was just, an opportunity to add even a little bit of more content in the game. Part of it was, hoping to pull in a little bit of the, sort of more modern casual gaming with some of the full screen puzzles like Ask the Loire and the skull puzzle that we've done. And we also had a chance to just add in some new puzzles. And there was one particular puzzle change that occurred on day 6, I think, that was done because the original puzzle was pretty silly. And I just felt like I wanted to make the game even darker and scarier. So at that point in time, really wasn't the moment when I wanted to get laughs. I wanted to have something much scarier in that puzzle sequence. So it was a great opportunity to just look at the game again and have a chance to just redo it the way I would do it now.
So I've talked about how it was like working with the original voice cast. How about in recasting the game and working with new people on these parts?
Yeah, well, we knew going in that we would not be able to use the original recordings because, first of all, they were lost, and all we had was the really compressed audio that had shipped with the game. And also, the SAG regulations would not allow us to reuse that content. Unfortunately, a lot of the actors that we had initially are, over 20 years older and also, not necessarily available, or if they were, they would probably be way out of our budget range at this point. So we turned to BA Sound, which is the studio that does all the Telltale games, Walking Dead, Wolf Among Us, Sam & Max, and they also did Mobius. So we we really enjoyed working with them on Mobius, and they did an awesome job on those voices. So they helped us recast the game using some of their actors that they use for projects. And I think the voices are amazing. I think they sound great. They sound a lot like, the original game. It was tough finding a Gabriel. We did listen to a lot of voices for that. And we ended up using Jason Victor, who was a fan of the game and does voiceover work. And he had a great Gabriel Knight voice. So we went with him. And it was amazing because, when a game like Gabriel Knight, the original game, had so many lines. I think there was over 10,000 lines of dialogue, which is really unusual for a modern game. So Jason had so many lines to read, and he was fast. I mean, I was there for the first 3 or 4 days of his recording, and because he knew the game so well, he would immediately know where a line was and the attitude of the character, and so he was just wonderful to work with on that.
So obviously, over 20 years, the game gets the chance to build up quite a fan base. So have you continued to have interaction with the fans, and what has that been like? Do you have any particular stories of meeting fans or talking with them online or anything that come to mind?
Yeah, I've done a lot of things since Gabriel Knight. I published a number of games and a number of books, and but Gabriel Knight has been the one thing, it's kind of like my Sherlock Holmes, I guess. It's been the one thing that people really remember, and I get contacted about it all the time still. I mean, even people interested in making a movie, or fans just writing to me to tell me their stories. So that's been a great experience to have as a writer, to feel like you really influenced people's childhoods. I get a lot of, I played Gabriel Knight when I was 10 years old, and it made me want to become a game developer, or, made me want to be a writer. And that's awesome, because I certainly had a lot of wonderful influences myself growing up. Some of the stories, I love it when people send me pictures of themselves at some of the locations in the game. One of my favorite fan pictures ever was a woman her boyfriend photographed her in front of Neuschwanstein, which we used in GK2. And she had her shirt raised, and she had a Schattenjager tattoo on her stomach. I think it was probably just temporary, but anyway, it was fun. And there was also a guy who did a whole series of videos sort of riffing off GK2, traveling around to those areas and making these funny videos. So we've also had people send us their orchestras playing some of Bob's music, which he just loves that. Yes, I've had wonderful experiences, and I have made friends with some of the fans, and I actually have a fan or two that beta reads some of my new writing, and it's been a wonderful community.
Would you say that any differences in designing and developing games now versus back when GK was first being made?
Well, for both Mobius and Gabriel Knight, we worked with a virtual team, which is really different. In GK1, we were in the Sierra building. The entire team was in 2 adjacent rooms, and, I sat right next to Bob, and, we had QA in our room, and, walked next door to talk to the programmers. And now everything is virtual. So we've been working with Phoenix Online on Mobius and Gabriel Knight, and the entire team is virtual. I mean, even the team itself is not in the same building. They're all from all over the world. We use Skype and Jira and WordPress and all kinds of online tools to coordinate together. So personally, I love working at home. Bob and I live on a farm, and we love being able to live here and do our work and still communicate with the team and every day. And so that's been really different. And just the tools that we work with, of course, are entirely different. And, again, the resolution, just having to be a lot more concerned about every little detail. And, the gameplay for adventure games has changed over the years. We didn't change a lot in Gabriel Knight because it's a remake and we wanted to keep the classic gameplay. But adventure games are definitely evolving.
So how did you get the license to do the remake?
Well, it was during our Kickstarter in 2012 when I was contacted by somebody at Activision who had been trying to bring back the Sierra games, and so I started just chatting with him about the possibility of bringing back some of the Sierra titles, and particularly doing a GK1 remake. And it really took a long time for us to nail all that down and for that project to actually get rolling. But we were fortunate that we had some people there in Activision who had some clout, who were very much in favor of the project and really helped us push it through, because, you know, it's from Activision's side, they do such huge games, big budget games, big selling games, and, you know, it's really not worth their time to mess with something like a Gabriel Knight 1 remake. And it's only through, you know, really the love of some of the people in-house that, you know, went into the legal department and said, hey, look, we just need to do this. It's not a big deal. Just sign the paper. So really it's down to those folks that we were able to get this license and make the game. And, you know, right now it's just a license for GK1. So hopefully with Activision bringing back the Sierra brand and with Gabriel Knight 1, hopefully if it does well, we'll have a chance to continue the Gabriel Knight series.
And if you had the opportunity, would you be interested in remaking the other ones, or would you be more interested in continuing Gabriel's story?
I'm more interested in doing a GK4. I think GK2, because it was full motion video, was so unique, and it would be really difficult to redo that one, I think, in the GK1 style of 3D or 2.5D art. And I think, you know, I'm ready for a new story.
right, let's go. The shirt, please.
You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment.
Now. Hold still.
Maybe you'd like to tie me in.
One more remark, and I'm leaving.
Okay, okay.
Done. It's just stunning.
Sorry I couldn't make it last longer.
Well, it was about what I expected from you.
All right, this is Jane Jensen, and I'm interviewing Mark Hood. Mark, what was your position at Sierra in 1993 when Gabriel Knight was in development?
I think they called me development director at that point.
So you were head of, basically the technical head of all the projects in development?
At that point for Gabriel Knight, I was head of the development studio. So basically all the development and production reported to me at that point. Basically all of the studio except for the administrative functions and finance.
And do you remember how many games you were overseeing at the same time when Gabriel Knight was in development?
Yeah, it was 4 mainline products, and then there was lots of smaller SKUs, lots of translations, lots of alternate platforms, things going on. Probably 10 total, but 4 mainline SKUs.
So when Gabriel Knight was first proposed and it was accepted for production, what did you think about it when you first heard of it?
I thought it was going to be far more serious and far more complicated from a game standpoint than what we had been doing before. I don't mean complicated. Maybe complicated is not a right word. Much more complex and deep. I think we've all been hoping for a lot more story in the games. There was some story elements, obviously, in the adventure games. That's what made them great. But we were really looking for something that took it to the next level in terms of story. And when I saw it, it was a mixture of being very nervous about the development risks that were there, but also being really excited about what could be done there. And if you remember that at that point, CDs were just starting. We had that big washer and dryer machine. It was $250,000 to burn a CD, and we'd only used it for Mixed Up Mother Goose at that point. It was CD only. And Gabriel Knight was proposed and pitched as the first simultaneous ship of both a floppy disk version and a CD version. So that was another challenge, but we were all excited for it. I mean, there was a lot of CD versions of games just coming out then, like Seventh Guest, some of the other ones. So we were kind of all excited about it.
Awesome. Do you remember any particular stories or memories, good or bad, from its year of development?
You know, honestly, that period of time, there was 4 projects going on. One of them was really difficult, had a lot of problems, and I just remember Gabriel Knight always pretty much going smoothly. I mean, there was definitely hiccups, and I'm sure you and Robert saw a lot more of them than I did, actually. But at my level, the reports I was getting back and our updates and everything were pretty much always on track. I mean, we had some issues definitely with the systems, the stuff, and then the new technology. But mostly from a game development standpoint, it was going pretty well. And I think that was, if I remember correctly, that was the first, simultaneous sync ship of CD and floppy disk. And I think it was the only game that was actually on time and on budget that year. The rest all had various little pushbacks and things. And that one, if I remember correctly, I think it went right on time, didn't it?
Well, we definitely shipped that Christmas, which was our goal. In fact, I think I had a year from when the proposal was accepted, which is around October of '92, and when it actually shipped. So it was a pretty fast turnaround project.
I was going to say one other of my memories that just came back to me that was probably one of the most exciting and fun things for me, and really made me understand that this media was coming of age, was when we went to the Universal Amphitheater and got the awards. That was after the game shipped, obviously. But when you got there was the audio awards received, I think it was for Tim Curry's voice. You remember that?
Virginia Capers won an award, yeah.
Yeah, and it was all at the Universal Amphitheater. I think it was pretty much black tie, or at least it was fairly well dressed up. And I remember going backstage and meeting some of the people, and it was really pretty fun, pretty interesting, and it really let me know that, wow, this is really coming of age.
Yeah, so you remember we were one of the first games this year that had a big voice cast like we did, and that was really exciting for me. Do you remember anything specific about that?
Well, I remember thinking, not knowing anything about how things were done, that it seemed awfully expensive to get a guy who was going to just do all the voice casting and the directing. And then once we got through it, I remember thinking, boy, there's no other way to do that. That was absolutely the smoothest, best way to do it possible. I mean, we got people really for pennies on the dollar. What was his name? Rosen?
Stu Rosen.
Stu Rosen, yeah, Stu Rosen. We got people that we really could probably have never gotten ourselves, and got them for really, I think, mostly for standard SAG rates. And we got some really great people in that game. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good. And then the directing, the voice directing was great. And I love the track, too, Robert's track. I mean, the music just mixed so well with that. That whole game, everything was really done like a movie. And before that, we had done everything like an adventure game. And when I say like a movie, I mean, obviously it wasn't all full motion video things, but the sensibility of how movies are done. You've got to set mood. You've got to come in with the right music at the right time. The voice actors have to actually act. It's not just funny text coming up that the programmers added in the 11th hour because it was funny. It was story driven. And so you could set up scenes like that. And it wasn't just a matter of, a puzzle that somebody had to do. It was a matter of making people feel right so that puzzle made some sense to them so that they went in, the puzzle was all part of the story. And that's just what really made that game special, I think.
Cool. So are you surprised that Gabriel Knight has had a lasting legacy? And maybe you already said, but why do you think it has?
I'm not surprised at all. And in fact, I still to this day, when I play some of the newer stuff, I was playing Mass Effect and I was looking at it, and honestly, and I'm not just saying this because you're on the other side of Skype right now, but my first thought when I got about an hour or two into this game was, God, if Jane could get a hold of an engine like this. Because that really is a good way to tell a story, an engine like that they're using.
Yeah.
It would be so awesome to do something like that where you could really, the characters could really do things that weren't just completely thought out and pre-programmed. Yeah, it was. I'm actually more surprised that somebody hasn't picked that up and made a huge new multi-million-dollar title out of it.
Yeah, it's interesting that it really hasn't had anything done with the franchise at all since GK3 in '98. So hopefully we can turn that around. Well, I remember you as being one of, like I said, I don't think we appreciated necessarily what we had at the time, but I certainly, looking back, remember you as one of the best upper management that I've worked with on a project in terms of really understanding, when we went in and said stupid things like, we want to do this crazy triangular box, or we need to print a graphic novel, or, we need to have these voices. I mean, you just didn't always say no because of the budget. You were always really willing to listen and think, yeah, that would be cool. Let's try to do it. So I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I mean, I really feel like that's one of the things that happened to the industry that sort of screwed it. We were all in it because of a passion. I mean, nobody was in it in the early years for the money. There just wasn't money. So we were in it because we loved doing what we did. And if you didn't have a sense of cool, at least always trying to do what's cool and new and different and swinging for the fence a little bit, then you really, in my mind, had no business in any kind of capacity to greenlight things or make decisions. And that really was honestly one of the things that got so frustrating to me about the industry. You ended up with a bunch of executives who seemed to be trying to protect their job and their ROI. And it's a phrase I use that's maybe overused, but it's really true. Everybody got too afraid to lose and not trying hard enough to win.
Well, Mark, thanks for talking to us and offering your insights for the 20th anniversary edition of Gabriel Knight.
Thanks, Jane. It's really nice to talk to you again, and all the best. And boy, I just hope nothing but success for you in that title. I think that gaming world could really use some good story-based titles coming out, and you're the one to do it.
Thanks, Mark. Have a great day.
Okay, you too. Bye.
What did you first think of Gabriel Knight? At what point did you first learn about the game?
Jane and I had been sort of paired together as producer and designer on a prior project, which didn't actually come to fruition. But that's where we sort of started a friendship, and we would, on our lunch breaks, we would go up to Bass Lake and we'd walk around, because we're both really enjoy walking, and we would walk around Bass Lake and brainstorm. And Jane, she still does this with me. I think it's part of my role here is, when we walk, she'll sort of riff and talk about her story ideas and run things by me. And then, of course, I give her better ideas, and she ends up using those as if they were hers. But in general, I think in one of those walks at Bass Lake, she started really talking about this. We thought there was going to be an opportunity that Ken was going to give her to start a new series, and if that was the case, what would she like it to be? And it got all the way down to, how would we create the dream cast for that? Who would you love to use? And down to, what kind of reviews is it going to get? Just really trying to envision that. So it was really cool to be involved from that very early point.
And what's your process for writing music for games?
I'm, very sort of old school compared to, a lot of the guys now who are doing music for other formats and things where they have probably, more of an interactive process, and it's more modular where you're building layers that can be combined in different ways depending on what the player does. I because some of my education was in film scoring and then in post-production, I tend to do really what's kind of more of a film approach, which is, Jane will show me the art for a given room and talk to me about what, is going on there, what's sort of the drama points or the plot points in that area, or if I'm writing a theme for a specific character, what personality. And then what I try and do is, if possible, is sort of uncover something a little more subconscious, a little less obvious than what's on the surface, and see if I can tap into something there. And I'll usually start on piano and just sort of goof around until I find something.
And what were your inspirations for the music for Gabriel Knight specifically?
It's interesting because in going back and working with them again, those inspirations became really obvious to me, and I hadn't been really aware of them as much when we first did the game. There was a great movie in 1987 called Promised Land. It's got Kiefer Sutherland and Meg Ryan, and it was one of the first film scores by James Newton Howard, who, of course, ended up doing a bunch of wonderful scores over the years. It was a really interesting influence on me because the music that he did for that film and for the individual scenes isn't obvious. It isn't what you would traditionally have done from a film scoring perspective. And each one of those tunes really stands by itself. In fact, I've had the album for years. In fact, when we were in the delivery room and when my daughter Raleigh was born, we played that soundtrack because we just loved the music so much. So that was a huge influence on me because I think James Newton Howard has always done wonderful stuff. And then in terms of the main theme, I think there was clearly an influence by some things like Jimmy Webb's MacArthur Park and Elton John's Funeral for a Friend, the band Genesis, their use of 7/8 as a time signature, things like that sort of all mashed together and were the basis for that.
What's it been like coming back to the game and its music after 20 years?
It was the best of times and the worst of times. It was great. It was funny how much of it I had actually forgotten and hadn't heard, for a long, long time. So it was great. It was like greeting old friends. And then the painful part was because I had so forgotten them, I actually had to go back and learn them as if I was learning somebody else's music, which was kind of entertaining. But it was really, really a pleasure to go back and do it. I was just telling Jane the other day, when we first started this project, we thought we were under a much more aggressive timeline. And so I had to move through this stuff pretty quickly. If I had my druthers, I'd probably do it again. I'd probably go back now and redo them again, and be a little happier with them. But it's been a great experience, and I'm hoping that people who knew the music from the original version will feel like we stayed true to that and just sort of helped the quality of it.
What has it been like re-orchestrating and re-recording the music with the technology now versus, the originals, which obviously sound quite a bit different?
It's been great. It's been tempting because in some instances, I'd like to do totally different things, but that would probably have taken me too far from the original. One of the things we've clearly seen with anything connected to doing a new version of this game is that the fans are, very, very specific and very loyal to the experience that they originally had. They really don't want a lot changed. They're open to improvements and they're open to some new elements, but I really probably had to stay truer to the originals than I would have if nobody cared. So that was an interesting exercise.
What are some things that you think you would do differently if you were scoring it from scratch? Like how different might the sound be, or are there any specific songs that maybe you would do something different with?
Yeah, I think I would go maybe for more of a New Orleans influence. I was thinking the other day, it would have been really cool to do something with like a legitimate New Orleans artist like Dr. John, and have that kind of legitimate foundation, and then maybe wrap that in interesting textures. Something like if you paired Brian Eno with Dr. John, where you would have this great ambient effect, but this very old school sort of New Orleans basis. And if for some reason GK ever becomes a film or something, then I'm hoping maybe we could add that as a new flank to the musical personality.
So for the original, you were both the producer and the composer. So how did that work, and sort of what was that experience like?
It was great. It was really challenging, but it was a lot of fun. I actually, Jane and I had our desks next to each other, and actually one of the things I really liked about the GK team, we were all, for a great part of the process, we were all in one large room together, and the communication was just instant, which was cool. So Jane and I had our desks next to each other. In the first half of the day, I would work as the producer and work with her on any of the producing issues and the budget issues and the resources and planning. And then the second half of the day was designated for my composing, and I had keyboards right there at my desk, and I would just turn around and spend the afternoons on the keyboards. So it was great for me because I got to sort of use all parts of my brain and sort of push all of those buttons, which was fun.
Do you have any particular? What did you?
But more of a new sort of push all of those buttons, which was fun.
Do you have any particular fun memories or stories from the production of the original?
Boy, well, there were, of course, some wonderful experiences when we were doing the voiceover work, with some of the people in that cast, and Tim was just hilarious. We had some great experiences doing that. I know some of this Jane has talked about, the the beginning of the GK production cycle was the same time that she and I were sort of beginning to date and hang out outside of the team. And at the time, that was not really encouraged at Sierra, so we had to be sort of quiet about it. So we were trying to do that sort of undercover, and we thought we were doing a really good job of that. And then we were at a film theater in Fresno one weekend seeing a movie, and like half our team came in and sat down in front of us. It was like, okay, your cover's blown. So from there on, we didn't try to be discreet.
And what would you say is your favorite piece of music from the game?
Boy, I've always really liked the end credits piece, just because it's got a lot of different things going on. Of course, I really like the main theme. It's one of those things where it's like I really like it and I really enjoyed coming up with it, but I also kind of think, oh God, this is what they're going to play at my funeral. But also on the simple side, I always liked the theme for Grandma's House, just because I tend to like really sort of simple emotional pieces, and it's very straightforward, but I think it's got a nice soul to it.
And what is your favorite thing about the game, Gabriel Knight?
Boy, there's so many. I really love the sense of humor. I really love the relationship with Grace and Gabe. I think, especially for the time, the mature sort of theme and spirit of the game was, pretty new and unusual for games. And I really like that we were able to do that. And I think, knowing the team and how hard people worked, I really appreciate the fact that the game has been, held with a certain kind of esteem, and people really seem to appreciate the textures and the characters and the music. And, it seems like so much of what we intended to do really seems to resonate. And it's just great to have that stuff appreciated. We even found as we were working on Mobius, that basically at the end of the day, what people really want from Jane and I is, Gabriel Knight. So it's cool to be able to revisit that, and the entire team has done such a great job of sort of passionately recreating and elevating the quality and yet staying true to the original. I think a big part of the fact that everyone at Phoenix, are legitimate fans and really care about this series, makes a huge impact.
What are some of the sort of interesting changes you've noticed in the industry? Obviously, you've been in it for quite a while. Between, Sierra back in the day and now coming back with Pinkerton Road.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sierra back in the day was really almost a miniature of what the classic film studios were. They were sort of communities on their own. All the creatives worked together on various projects and were paired in different combinations, and all the resources were sort of shared. And that, like anything, there's pros and cons to that, but it did create a certain personality, a certain quality, a certain perspective on the work, which I think comes across clearly with most of the stuff that came out of Sierra. I think, now everything is so virtual and so capable of being done globally by virtual teams and in a modular fashion, that's great in terms of not having to have physical costs of goods and the cost of having a factory with 300 people working together. But I think it also, there's a cost in that's a little more fragmented. And I think it, at some level, has to influence the quality of stuff.
So what's next for you and for Pinkerton Road after the Gabriel Knight remake?
Well, we're really hoping, and we believe the game's going to be really successful, and we think certainly with Activision starting the new Sierra label again, we're very hopeful that there'll be an opportunity to continue the series and do some work there. In the meantime, I'm doing some more recording right now with the Scarlet Furies, and we're working on some new music with Raleigh. And also, I've been trying to bone up on my piano skills. I'm going to do a piano album of past themes from the games, and see if I can get that done. So, trying to have a few irons in the fire.
Archives.